proven that he's a chiseled 280-pounder that can...
As we speak, they are not... As we speak, they are not making a decision on a quarterback right here, Joe, but, I mean, can Sam Weish live with that situation?
I think he's going to be forced to live with it for a little while. Steve DeBerg would probably be the guy going. He likes Craig Erickson a lot. He's projected Craig Erickson when I talked to him last year, and I said, well, who's going to be your quarterback? He said, listen, Craig Erickson can play. And Mike Pawlowski, he likes his attitude, likes the way he throws the football. DeBerg is definitely his insurance policy. Erickson would be the guy who'd probably go in and hope to win the job. But there's a guy out there by the name of Hugh Millen, who comes out of the New England Patriots. He is out on the market. To me, I think he would be an ideal selection for Sam to sign off the free agent market. He's the kind of guy that can come in, has starting experience in New England, did fairly well, was counted on fairly highly, has all the type of attributes that Sam can plug into his system. But right now, quarterback is not his biggest concern. Speed on offense is all he talked about all last year. We're not fast enough, we're not fast enough, we're not fast enough. That lends me to believe that Conway looks like the guy that they're going to want to take at this spot if they don't deal it.
Not that we are suggesting that the Tampa Bay Buccaneers are going to make a move at quarterback other than maybe Hugh Millen. But in this day of free agency and now moving around, the following veteran quarterbacks really don't have a home. Don Majkowski, Jay Schrader, in addition to Hugh Millen, Bubby Brister, and that's just the tip of the iceberg. We saw Brian shift from the Jets to Green Bay. There are lots of backup guys moving around. Bono stayed put, but those four names may be something that the Buccaneers could think about. Right now, though, they are thinking about their draft pick, and they've got about 8 minutes to go on the clock till selection number 6 overall. Let's go down to Philly and check in with Chris Mortensen. Mort?
Well, Chris, I know one thing. Tampa has a contract problem with Paul Gruber, their offensive tackle, who's their designated franchise player. He's unsigned. He's demanding a trade. Sam Weish has been calling around the league. I know he's talked to the Oilers. He wants a 1, a 2, and a 1. That's a first and second round draft pick this year and a first round next year. He's talked to the Raiders. He's talked to the Atlanta Falcons. Now, the Oilers probably have shown the most interest. They've been given permission to have some contact with Gruber. And so, you know, we got to keep an eye on that. I think Brad Nessler down in Tampa might even be able to add to that.
Yesterday, Paul Gruber came into the Buccaneer offices yesterday morning. He talked to Sam Weish about 2 scenarios, staying here and signing a new contract or going elsewhere. Ralph Cindrich wants between $2.6 and $3 million per year for Paul Gruber. And right now, I think Sam Weish is wondering if that fits into the overall picture. If Gruber goes somewhere else, then you've got to think about Lincoln Kennedy or Willie Roaf. And Sam said yesterday when I asked him who's the best football player in the draft, he mentioned those 2 guys at their position are the 2 best players. Now, another addition to that Atlanta story, I said to him yesterday, if you move Paul Gruber, why don't you move him to Atlanta for Chris Miller? Sam just smiled at me and said, all I'll say is Chris Miller would love to play football here. So we'll have to wait and see. Chris?
All right, Brad, thank you. Like we say, quarterback discussion. Gruber, don't forget, as Morton mentioned, is their franchise player. Doesn't mean that they couldn't move him, but yet here they designated him a franchise player a couple months ago. Now he's on the block. The Bucs will be back. The Marriott Marquis in New York. We've already seen quarterbacks go 1-2 with Bledsoe, Drew Bledsoe, going to the Patriots. Rick Meyer going to the Seattle Seahawks. Garrison Hurst to Phoenix in a trade. The Jets picked up running back Johnny Johnson and linebacker Marvin Jones with their pick. John Copeland has gone to Cincinnati, defensive tackle Alabama, and the Buccaneers are now on the board. No surprise that the Buccaneers are picking early in this draft. When you lose 10 or more games 10 years in a row, that's where you pick. The problem with the Buccaneers over the years is even though they have the early picks, 4 times they've had the first pick in the draft. A supplemental for Steve Young, Bo Jackson, who never played for the Bucs, Vinny Testaverde, who's now gone, and they traded that #1 pick overall for the throw-in Samoan, Jack Thompson. Not great production out of that, or at least not great production for Tampa Bay. Once upon a time in the late 70s, they drafted pretty darn well up top. Roy Selman, Ricky Bell, Doug Williams, and as we look to Sam Weish, he feels that he has the energy, and the new Buccaneer brass can change that history, a history which is not good, Joe.
You know, it's interesting, Chris, too. When I talked to Sam earlier this week, he told me one thing very specifically. He said, we can't miss. no matter what we do, we can't miss, because they're not going to take a quarterback, which works out very well for them. So they feel like they just can't miss with whether they take Rolfe, whether they take Conway, whether they go defensive line. They have a lot of good options with a lot of good football players still out there for them to take. And of course, they're always willing to listen to that deal, which makes it very intriguing. The Chris Miller thing just sort of sits in the back of my head. It would certainly fill a need for them at quarterback, but I got to wonder, how healthy is Chris Miller going to be? The Falcons don't know whether he can go through camp. Obviously, his knee, they say he's on schedule. I wonder, with the knee problem that he had in the major surgery, if Sam would give up this spot for Chris Miller, which you're just not sure what shape he's going to be in, would throw him right back into a quarterback problem that he didn't solve. I still think it's got to be speed.
One thing the Buccaneers have done, Joe, is they have entered the free agent waters. They signed Hardy Nickerson, a very good inside linebacker from the Pittsburgh Steelers. They signed defensive back Martin Meshew from the Washington Redskins. And, of course, they hope that for a year, Anthony Munoz can work the magic which only he was able to work as the left tackle for the Cincinnati Bengals. And you saw that last name on there. Made a very interesting pick for a Sam Weiss team, picking up Vince Workman, my way back to you, babe, with an offer sheet, restricted free agent that the Packers did not match. He's an excellent running back at catching the ball out of the backfield, and they have Reggie Cobb. So the Buccaneers are also in a division where certainly, and we'll get to them, the Green Bay Packers have made some unbelievable strides, probably more than any other team, but in a division which the face is changing almost annually. And as we wait for Tampa Bay and then Chicago, we're going to find out how much the face of the NFC Central changes with the next two picks. If they do indeed keep their draft picks, Tampa listening to perhaps phone offers, and also the Chicago Bears have been called by team. The Packers have called the Chicago Bears. So it's the NFC Central part of our draft right now as the Buccaneers are working the phone. Mel, you had maybe Footman? That's a little high.
Well, that was high. I threw him up there just to really get him into where I had Eric Swan going, because Footman is a big 6'5", 288-pounder that brings as much physical ability to the position as any defensive lineman in this draft, including Curry, including Van Williams. If I'm Tampa Bay, I'm looking at the strength of this draft, which is defensive line. You have Santana Dotson, you have Mark Wheeler from last year's draft. You're a four-man front with Floyd Peters. To me, that's a definite need area. Depending upon what their future is with Paul Gruber, you have Rofe and Kennedy sitting there. As Joe mentioned, you're looking at wide receiver with Curtis Conway or Dawkins. All the players that they need are here right now.
As we check back at War Room Cam, Mel, Eric Curry is on the phone with Sam Weiss. We know that Sam's on the phone. We know that Eric Curry's on the phone. We know the cards at the podium. You add it up. Oh, if it's Curry, it can't be that hard to pronounce, Paul.
With the sixth pick in the draft, Tampa Bay selects Eric Curry, defensive end, Alabama. The next choice will be the Chicago Bears.
That's in Atlanta as Eric Curry back-to-back from a defense that may be the best college defense ever seen. And I've heard some talk about USC in the 60s with McKay. But when you gawk Copeland, Curry, and we haven't heard the end on this day, it's a roll tide early part of the draft as defense has gone to Cincy, and now the Bucs. We'll be back.
Burt Reynolds for Quaker State.
The big Q stands for quality. Always has, always will. You know, when it comes to protecting against friction, nothing beats Quaker State. When it comes to protecting against, nothing beats Quaker State. When it comes to keeping engines clean, nothing beats Quaker State. Take it from me, for unbeatable protection, nothing beats Quaker State. It's one tough motor oil.
Return to the Marriott Marquis, the NFL draft. Again, carpet cam, shag carpet cam. And it's been a lot of fun already, that's for sure. We started offense, and now the next three picks, 4, 5, 6, have gone defense. Eric Curry, Mel Kiper, is a rare pass rusher. They feel that he could be the strict pass-rushing defensive end the team spent 10 years looking for and never quite developed.
That was his responsibility at Alabama, to get outside, get after the quarterback. He had Copeland inside. He had Derek Oden at inside linebacker. Great supporting. What Curry needs to do is get stronger in the weight room. Only did 11 reps at 225. But you see a kid able to come off the corner, close, track down a running back down the field. And I think it's that closing speed which allows teams to believe that once he gets up to a solid 265, 270, he is going to be a major force. All his negatives are correctable, and that's something that Floyd Peters will take care of. That sustained intensity that was lacking at times at Alabama. There would be a quarter and a half where Curry would disappear. Floyd Peters will kick him into shape, a year in the weight room, and he could be a force, especially when tied in with Dotson and Wheeler and that young defensive line they already have in Tampa Bay.
Well, Eric Curry really, Mel, is a sculptured type of guy. Looks kind of like Karl Malone. Plays like Richard Dent, which would be pretty good. Mike Gottfried, your opinions on Eric Curry, the pass rusher?
Well, Chris, I think it's a great choice by Jerry Angelo in Tampa Bay. What you get is a pass rusher off of the edge. He's supposed to have the quickest first step in college football, so they get a great pass rusher from the outside.
All right, well, the Tampa Bay Buccaneers certainly know, Mike, what they have. And let's go down to Brad Nessler, who's with the coach, Sam Weiss. Brad?
All right, Chris, thanks. Sam, yesterday we talked. There were different directions you could go with this first pick. You got a guy that you wanted, though.
Yeah, we had a handful of guys that we would have been really happy with, and Eric Curry's one of them. I think the descriptions that are being given here are pretty accurate. We think he's a tremendous pass rusher and going to be a real good player.
Does this move Keith McCants to linebacker? Not necessarily.
Well, it gives us a lot of flexibility. We better leave it at that. Keith's a tremendous player, too, and it just gives us a chance to use Hardy Nickerson and Martin Mayhew and Barney Bussey and the other defensive players we picked up in the off season, along with the draft, and there's more to come. And we'll be a lot better football team now.
Is any of that more to come have to do with Paul Gruber? So much speculation. We understand, and we've had reports that you guys have given other teams permission to at least talk to his agent. Are you going to do anything with Gruber today?
Well, I gave my word to Paul Gruber and to Ralph Sindrich, his agent, that we would not say anything publicly, and we're not going to break that trust.
All right, Eric Curry's down in Atlanta. Your #1 pick, the big fellow who's going to put some pressure on opposing quarterbacks. If you want to talk to him, Sam, the floor is yours.
All right. I see I have to say Mr. Curry until we get him signed, of course. Then we can make him run laps. Eric, can you hear me?
Yes. I can hear you.
Okay. Well, I guess the first thing, I asked you just before we took the pick, I called him on the phone. I'm going to tell you, we cheated a little bit here, and I asked him what his lifelong dream was in the National Football League, and he's to play for who, and your answer was?
Tampa Bay.
Gave the right answer. See, this isn't any dummy. We got a smart one here, at least. We know that. He gave it the right answer. We're happy. I tell you what, we went and did the full 9 yards on this guy, and he's a great player. Eric, we're looking for you to come in here and be an impact player for us this very first year.
Well, I'd be happy to go and play with the Tampa Bay Buccaneers and play with Keith McCants, one of my longtime teammates, and so it's going to be something that I'll truly enjoy, and I hope I have a great career at Tampa Bay.
We're looking forward to you.
All right, Eric
Okay.
Curry, the #1 pick of the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. Congratulations, Coach. We're going to let you get back to work. We'll get our draft room cam going. See you later. Sam Weiss, #1 pick, Eric Curry, is going to put some pressure on the quarterback now for the Tampa Bay Bucs as we head back to where there's a lot of pressure. And Chris Berman. Chris?
Pressure? What pressure? This is a great day, that's for sure. Thank you, Brad. And I like the coach put the coat on just to go to the event. I can get rid of it and go back in War Room Camp. We know, Coach, you're not wearing the jacket in War Room Camp, nor should you. Keith McCants, you heard Brad ask Sam what he would do with McCants, and obviously it's a little early to project. What do you think they should do?
I don't think it's early at all, Chris. When you look at the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, Keith McCants was going to become Chris Dolman. Floyd Peters came from Minnesota to Tampa Bay. They used that understyle defense. He was going to be that pass-rushing defensive end. It hasn't really worked out. Keith has not been happy at the defensive end position. He's not been able to adjust and really not been a satisfactory producer there. Now they've got the pass-rushing defensive end. They can move McCants back. More than just getting him back to a natural position, they're going to get a happy football player. And I think that's what Sam's trying to do. He's trying to accommodate Gruber. This will make McCants happy. It'll get him outside where he likes to be. And now he's got a natural defense mold and possibly get like a Chris Dolman without having to make major adjustments in his game as far as his weight, size, and rushing ability goes.
Now what you've had are Copeland and Curry gone. The last bona fide top-of-the-draft defensive lineman is Dan Williams from Toledo. The Chicago Bears could choose him with their next selection. And remember, Dave Wannstedt This is the first pick of his era, and he knows the value of defensive linemen. As a defensive coordinator for the Cowboys, he shuffled in 7 or 8 of them on the top-ranked defense last year. However, everyone else in the league knows the value of defensive linemen. This is where a Niners, this is where a couple of other teams may try and get up and get the last bona fide blue-chip player. Chris Mortensen, what have you heard on this possible trade development?
Well, Chris, you're pretty much right on there. Now, they would have preferred Copeland or Curry in this spot. The Bears would have. They're not prepared to take Dan Williams here unless they really have to. Now, they've been talking to Green Bay, who wants to move up there, Indianapolis, to take Bettis, Philadelphia, possibly to take Dan Williams, or Patrick Bates, and also the 49ers obviously want to move up. If the Bears can't trade here, I expect them to take Curtis Conway, the wide receiver from Southern Cal. Now let's go to Santa Clara with Fred Edelstein.
Thanks, Mort. The 49ers are talking to the Bears. This is their opportunity. As I said before, they like the 3 defensive linemen. Coming up after this, you have the Saints, you have the Falcons, you have the Rams, all division teams with the 49ers. The Broncos traded up to 11. They're going to take a wide receiver. If they're going to get Dan Williams, they have to get him here. You got to think that maybe the Saints are interested in Dan Williams, too. They may be talking to the Chicago Bears. Now we're going to go back to Chris Berman in New York.
All right, Freddie, thank you very much. And the face you're looking at is one of Dan Williams from Toledo, a young man from Detroit, a man who was compared in toughness to Randy White. How tough will it be to get him? We'll be back.
Las Vegas.
Oh, it's really on. Inclusion, not exclusion. Fiona Helmsley, Joan Crawford, my stepmother, far right, is way wrong.
Relax, man. We are not saving life, just playing.
HDC Tool and Stereo Centers expect personalized service from their staff, ready to assist you in every department. Great savings every day in tools, electronics, heavy equipment, and machinery. And a great selection of closeouts. Load up on savings this week at HDC Tool and Stereo Center. 16-speed HDC floor model drill press, $169.99. 7-piece HDC air chipping hammer, $7.99. Dremel Moto tool with 40-piece accessories, $59.99. HDC Tool and Stereo Center, 2120 Sagamore Parkway South, 474-6443, next to Ponderosa.
And as the excitement heats up in May. Oh, what a shot! And down the stretch they go! All this plus much more in May.
Less than 4 minutes on the clock for the Bears, their first pick in the non-Mike Ditka era. Dave Wannstedt and Mike McCaskey, really the two running this year's draft. And that's a change in the Bears' philosophy from past years. One question is, they have always prided themselves on the defensive line. A couple years ago, Dan Hampton retired. Richard Dent has made a lot of noise that he wants out of there. Dave Wannstedt may appease him. Steve McMichael certainly toward the end of his road. Yes, they picked Spellman 1 last year, and a few years back they picked Trace Armstrong 1. Guys are going to be good players. Do you pick again up front, or do you go to the other area that the Chicago Bears have tried to address the last couple of years, but has been aging, that offensive line, because you got Lincoln Kennedy and you got William Rolfe that are there. So those are really the 3 players, or Conway, the wide receiver. Those are their 4 picks, guys.
Chris, I think you go Curtis Conway. I think that's the area you go. When you think of the Chicago Bears, you have to think Tommy Waddle has been their most productive wide receiver over the last couple of years. Tom is not the fastest guy in the world. Now, remember, Dave Wannstedt comes from Jimmy Johnson's camp. Jimmy Johnson preaches and talks speed, so it's got to be, in my opinion, it's got to be speed wide receiver.
Well, the Bears have a little over 2 minutes to go, and there's Dan Williams on the phone. And if we detect a smile, we may detect a phone call from Illinois. And he may have played at Toledo, but it was wholly Toledo for Dan Williams, because when he played in the All-Star games and went up against Lincoln Kennedy, he held himself pretty darn well. So the fact that he went to Toledo should not count against him here, that he's a frontline big-time player, Mel.
Well, as a junior, he did a great job when they played Washington. And, of course, as a senior, they upset Purdue at West Lafayette. He had a great game there with 4 sacks. In the East-West Shrine game, Kennedy kind of neutralized his charge. But I think Dan Williams has proven that he's a chiseled 280-pounder that can get after the quarterback.
All right, well, the commissioner is getting handed the card. Some serious handoffs going up there. It's an option play with the card. Here's the
select Curtis Conway, wide receiver, University of Southern California. The next selection is to be made by the New Orleans Saints with a trade from Detroit.
Well, Joe, I hate to admit it, but you're right.
Why do you hate to admit it?
Well, it's all right. I mean,
I'm allowed one. After Rick Meyer, I'm allowed another one.
Stretch the field. And what does this mean for Harbaugh, having a speed guy like this?
I think you're going to see a smile, obviously, on Curtis Conway's face, but you're certainly going to see a smile on Jim Harbaugh's face. He signed the big contract, but with the big signing of the contract, the burden falls on his shoulder as far as offensive production goes. Now you've got somebody who's considered an exceptional football player. He gives them a great kick return man as well. This is that little underneath screen that you see a lot of college football players, football teams run, except probably the best return guy in college football. Look at the natural instincts. There's so many natural things with the football. I think that's what you look for. In the open field, he's got great vision, and then there goes the speed, the burst away from everybody. Here he is going down the field as a wide receiver, catches over either shoulder well, got great quicks. Not the biggest guy in the world, but certainly gives the Chicago Bears the option of having a threat at the kick return position. Now people can't look at the Bears and say, let's shut the running game down because they can't go outside. Now they got a kid, and he will play right away, that can get down the field for him.
So Dave Wannstedt, the defensive coach, but yet speed, speed, speed. The Dallas Cowboys certainly, and he knows what Curtis Conway can do for him on his offense. An offense, as you pointed out, Joe, that really are kind of plotting. Remember, they got Hayward in the backfield now instead of Muster, so that even slows them down a little bit more. Conway speeds him up. Let's go over to Coach Gottfried. Mike, good move for the Bears?
Well, I think so. I think when you take a Chris Conway, I thought he was the most productive player in college football last year. And when you go after receivers in the pros or things, great hands, he's got hands. Rare speed. Now, this guy runs fast all the time. And you want a return person. And he returned kickoffs for Southern Cal. He's on Southern Cal's track team, and he's an ex-quarterback. So they get a great athlete, Chris.
All right, Coach, thank you. So the Chicago Bears going offense. The New Orleans Saints are up next. This was Detroit's pick. But if you weren't with us a little earlier this morning, Detroit traded that pick for Pat Swilling, the Pro Bowl linebacker of the Saints. Details coming up later. It's New Orleans up next. We'll be back.
Some men work many feet under the street. They build a subway. They build a concrete tube. These are the deep tunnel men. When the men come to the surface, they can see the sky. They can see the clouds. Best of all, they can see the truck. Though the men are tired from their difficult work, they can catch up to the truck. Now is the time to taste a most refreshing beer. The men have built many big things this day, but the biggest thing of all they have built is a thirst.
In addition to its sleek styling and spacious leather and walnut-trimmed interior, the new Acura Legend Coupe LS has the precision of a 6-speed manual transmission, the sure-footedness of traction control, and the acceleration of a 230-horsepower engine. In the world of luxury automobiles, nothing can touch it.
This ESPN NFL special, the 1993 Draft, is brought to you by Acura Automobiles. Experience precision-crafted performance by Bud Light. If you want great taste that won't fill you up and never let you down, make it a Bud Light. And by Suave Super Stick Deodorant for Men. Powerful odor protection at an unbeatable price.
Nice day on the river outside of Manhattan and inside here at the Marriott Marquis. The joint be jumping, that's for sure. We're turning left and right, and we're turning every which way but loose. And this particular draft is now the New Orleans Saints are on the clock. Now, we started to tell you that this was the trade that was probably consummated last night and announced this morning that Pat Swilling, the Pro Bowl linebacker, has gone from the New Orleans Saints to the Detroit Lions. In exchange, the Saints get this pick, the 8th overall pick, and a 4th-round pick. Now, Pat Swilling is certainly one of the premier linebackers of this or any other time. It's a guy that a year ago the Detroit Lions signed to an offer sheet and the New Orleans Saints elected to match. Now they send him away, and let's bring in Tom Jackson, a guy that knows something about outside linebacking. Pat Swilling's lost. Let's first look at it from the Saints angle, Tommy. They've got great linebackers, but what do the Saints lose here? Can their other 3 Pro Bowl linebackers pick up the slack?
Well, Chris, they have great linebacking through that core, and I think you have to understand that all 4 of those guys contribute to what happened, and maybe what happens with that group as far as rushing the passer. And I don't think that anybody contributes as much as Pat Swilling, and that's with all due respect to Ricky Jackson. I think you're talking about the best pass-rushing linebacker in the game right now. He was the guy who drew the double teams, which means that he was helping to free up everybody else along that defensive line, and I think that there's a distinct possibility that now the New Orleans Saints will have to think about replacing that particular position. And you look at a Dan Williams, you look at a Footman, I would not be surprised to see one of those guys go in this slot.
Tommy, let's put Pat Swilling on the Lions. Obviously, Pat is a tremendous player, but he is not going to a linebacking core equal to Mills, Vaughn Johnson, and Ricky Jackson. Does Pat still remain as effective, as devastating, or will it take him a little while to adjust there?
Well, I don't think he'll be as effective. I think that certainly on his own, individually, in one-on-one situations, we're going to see great things from Pat Swilling. But you have to remember that, again, I'm talking about that whole linebacking core contributing to the success of the group. So there's not a Ricky Jackson on the other side. Pat's going to receive a lot of double teaming, and then do you get the production from the other guys along that defensive line, especially having Jerry Ball absent in that process? I don't think so.
All right, Tommy, we'll check back with you shortly. We said that the NFC Central was a changing division. This is now a division where Pat Swilling resides. It's now a division where Reggie White resides. So defensively, maybe a little more dictating teams in the NFC Central. Let's dictate terms down to Irving, Texas, and join our Chris Myers for more on the Saints maneuvering. Chris?
Yeah, Chris, some of the Saints felt that last year was one of the least productive years of Pat Swilling's career, and the development of Ronaldo Turnbull on defense from a rush and linebacker position opened up the opportunity for them to deal him, although they would have rather not, but it gives them the opportunity to get a top-quality offensive tackle. Jim Morris said that's his greatest need, and he told us this morning that, hey, if Willie Roaf or Lincoln Kennedy are on the board when we pick, I'll be ecstatic. I would love to have a choice of one of those to select. Of course, Kennedy from Washington, where Don James coached and is a good friend of Jim Mora, they spoke about Kennedy, and Jim Mora liked the reviews. And Willie Roaf, the tackle from Louisiana Tech, just up the state, Jim Mora feels he can't go wrong with either one of these offensive tackles. We'll keep an eye on that. We're in Dallas keeping an eye on the Cowboys, who, well, so far things are a little bit quiet in the draft room as the phones are not ringing, but when they do ring, we'll update any trades that they might be making. Let's go back to New York and Chris Berman.
All right, Chris, thank you. Always good to look at that phone bank. Jimmy looking at the phone bank as well. Well, the New Orleans, look, Jim Finks is shrewd an operator as there is, but you just hope, and I say this from a fan's point of view, you hate to see a team that is shackled a little bit financially, like the San Diego Padres are in baseball, a team with a lot of all-stars that had to kind of decimate their roster. In the offseason, the Saints have lost their quarterback, Bobby Hebert, and they've lost arguably their best defensive player in Pat Swilling. So there's some major, major shoes to fill, and waiting in the wings for the Saints to move is the team with the next pick, Atlanta. And Atlanta may have their pick of defense or offense. Interesting. We'll be back.
They're out there in record numbers, united in their respect for technology and disdain for gimmickry, driven by thought rather than ego. Everywhere you look, there are signs of intelligent life. They are among us. They are our neighbors. They could be you.
Taking a break, are you?
No break.
Oh, you smell good.
Well, thank you.
You wearing something?
Just my deodorant.
Oh, that Suave Super Stick I got you.
Yeah.
You like the Suave, huh?
Yeah.
Good. Costs less than your other one.
Yeah, well, I think it works really well. Don't you think so? You're supposed to be paying attention to me right now.
How many women tell their husbands they smell good while they're cleaning out the garage?
Just one.
That's right.
Yeah.
Super Stick. When swab works this well, why spend more?
Edberg, Becker, and Lendl kick off the first clay court event of the season in a tournament rich in tradition, the Volvo Monte Carlo Open. Today on ESPN.
All right, back at the NFL draft and the Marriott Marquis. The New Orleans Saints are on the clock, and we certainly expect them, as Chris Myers suggested, either Lincoln Kennedy or Willie Roaf on the offensive line. Now, here's what they've done, and they've essentially traded quarterbacks, Wade Wilson for Bobby Hebert, and they've essentially traded fullbacks. Brad Muster from the Bears for Craig Hayward. I mean, they weren't trades, but essentially they worked that way. They also lost Trapillo on the offensive line to Parcells up in New England. At quarterback, Joe, Wade Wilson, the youngster Mike Buck. Is that a serious downgrade for Bobby Hebert to start the season?
Not to knock Wade Wilson, but yes, I cannot understand this move. There's got to be something else going on, because as far as I'm concerned, Bobby Hebert had an outstanding year last year, was very productive on the offensive side of the ball for the New Orleans Saints. Wade Wilson had a new system there, came out of Minnesota, was battling for a job there. Wade sometimes gets locked on to receivers, has a little bit of difficulty adjusting and going to someone else. I don't really see where the Saints have necessarily upgraded their position. If anything else, they've traded off in this position. I don't know why they didn't stay with Bobby Hebert, unless it had to do with contracts and personalities. That enters into this game too. Wade Wilson will do a good job. Whether or not he's effective or whether he can affect any kind of change on that offense is where I have the great question. I definitely think that Bobby Hebert, with the question mark of Chris Miller's leg, with the poor job that Billy Joe Tolliver did, I think Bobby Hebert goes in there almost as a projected starter for the Atlanta Falcons and helps them quite a bit more than Wade Wilson going in for the New Orleans Saints. Wade can get the job done, but I'm just not sure whether they upgrade their offense much by making that deal.
We're seeing, just as we mentioned in the NFC Central, that things are always changing. And we mentioned in the NFC East that, with the exception of the champs, that maybe things are changing. I think in the NFC West, things may be changing a little bit as we look at the Saints, who may be slipping a little, and the Falcons, who may be on their way up. As the Saints and the Falcons now look at their boards, Mel, let's look at yours and see the players that you rate the next best.
Well, the power football players still on the board right now. The big offensive linemen, Lincoln Kennedy, Willie Roaf, they figure to go in this next area coming up. And we flip it to picks 6 through 10, and you can see Jerome Bettis, the 248-pound pile-driving fullback. Bates, the 223-pound enforcer at defensive back. Dan Williams from Toledo, we've talked about. Dan Footman from Florida State. You can see how many linemen that figure in this next group. Also wide receiver Sean Dawkins from California, a junior who figured right up there with Conway, Irv Smith, Troy Drayton, the two top tight ends, Steve Everett, the best center in the draft out of Michigan. I mentioned Drayton earlier. Hopkins can play guard or tackle. Terry Kirby, I think a very underrated back who figures in the late first, early second round area. Ryan McNeil, he ran himself back into the first round with that 4.52 clocking on a grass surface several weeks ago. So the linemen, both offensive and defensive, Jerome Bettis, the fullback, Sean Dawkins, the wide receiver. That's the group that you'll see in this next 4, 5, 6, 7 spots.
All right, the Saints have made their decision with Atlanta on deck. And we shall see if it's offensive line. Get the pronunciation right, get the school. Here's the pick.
With the choice obtained from Detroit, the New Orleans Saints select Willie Roaf, tackle, Louisiana Tech.
And there he is, Willie Roaf, who was here with us in New York. A 300-pound tackle that in no way, now this sounds crazy to say, but in no way is anybody worried about ever a weight problem. I mean, he's a great kid. He's got a unique style. He won't with the Saints. He's a 300-pounder who could play guard if needed, right?
Well, the big difference between Lincoln Kennedy and Willie Roaf is Lincoln Kennedy ballooned up. You look at Willie Rofe, he went from 250 to 300, which made him really a quality bookend offensive tackle. Had a big senior year, but really came on strong at the postseason All-Star games. You see him pulling out there number 71. Tremendous quickness for a 305-pounder. Outstanding pro-style pass blocker as well. You see him right here in the last game of the season against West Virginia. It's driving his defender off the ball, opening up a hole. You see him here against Albert Fontenot, defensive end from Baylor, who figures about a 5th-round pick. Just completely neutralized Fontenot, keeps him out of the play. Like I say, the base pass blocker, the drive blocking ability that he developed, getting stronger as his career moved on. And really, at the All-Star Games Combine workout is where he went ahead of Kennedy. Lincoln Kennedy still, I believe, is the better prospect because he had the great career. People started to really downgrade Kennedy more after the season was over, and that's where Rofe made up that ground.
Mel, again, we talked about Dan Williams a moment ago, maybe the next pick with Atlanta. As a matter of fact, that's what I'm going to guess. Louisiana Tech for Willie, and actually he says his mom would like us to say William Rofe. He's 300 pounds, he gets what he wants from us. So William Rofe is now a selection of the New Orleans Saints. But my point is, even though we went to, quote, a smaller school, this is a team that has assistant coaches, had former Eagle Petey Perot, the offensive line coach, Joe Ferguson helping with the offense, Pat Tilley, former wide receiver, St. Louis Cardinals, helped with the offense, and a team that played Alabama this year, lost only 13-0, and Rofe and Eric Curry, they say, was a legendary matchup. He matched up quite well against Eric Curry. So there's a track record, even though he played at what you don't call a major conference school. When we come back, it's the Falcons. Willie Rofe to the Saints.
One of these engines was filled with Castrol Syntec, a synthetic oil, the rest with conventional oils. They were then drained and started without oil to prove a point. You see, Syntec has a unique molecular structure that bonds to engine parts. Lab tests show it leaves a layer of protection far stronger than conventional oils. And if Syntec protects this well now, imagine if you leave it in. Castrol Syntec protects in ways other oils can't.
Tan was feeling a bit one-dimensional. Gotta be more to me than just plain old tan, he said. And Dockers agreed. So from khaki to chamois, Sahara tan to bamboo, shade tan had to offer. Tan was ecstatic. Said, I'll never work anywhere else. And maybe he won't. Nobody does tan like Dockers.
Lasers. Satellites. Cellular data networks. What exactly are we preparing for? UPS introduces Total Track, the only tracking system that can confirm delivery of your air and designated ground packages coast to coast in seconds.
Package was signed for at 9:26 this morning by Mr.
The arms race may be over, but the package race is just heating up.
Corner and safety.
We are looking at Frankie's Sports Bar in Atlanta, where Eric Curry, we saw him before. Todd Kelly is there, and Glenn Milburn, who may be a surprise early pick. Many others that we may see drafted before we go off at 6 o'clock Eastern time, 6:30 Eastern time. Remember, we are here for, we've only just begun. Mike Gottfried has some thoughts on Louisiana Tech's William Rofe and his move to the New Orleans Saints. Coach?
Well, Chris, Willie Rofe made his year against Alabama because he kept Curry and Copeland away from his quarterback in that ball game. So that tape was invaluable to pro people around the country. And there's an interesting story at the East-West game. Gil Brand, who works for the East-West game and the former Dallas Cowboy personnel director, told me that when he checked in, Willie Rofe and Dan Williams from Toledo, they wanted to room together, and the people there said, well, we can't. We've done it for 20 years. You're going to room according to alphabetic order. They said, no, we want to room together. We're going home. And they wanted to play against each other in practice every day. So every day in practice at the East-West game, which usually is a non-contact practice, these guys belted each other around. So Willie Rofe and Dan Williams wanted the competition.
All right, Coach, thank you. The Atlanta Falcons, the NFC rival of the New Orleans Saints, are now on the clock, and the Falcons actually have a dilemma that they hoped that they would have. They have still one of the blue-chip defensive linemen, Dan Williams, on the board. They have Lincoln Kennedy, and you say, well, you know, why would they bother with that? Well, Mike Ken can't play till he's 85. He could probably play till he's 80, but he can't play till he's 85, and even though they drafted Whitfield last year, there's a thought. And Patrick Bates, safety, Texas A&M. They've got a choice at 3 different Pro Bowl potential guys, and that's a choice that Atlanta only hoped they would have. Here's the line. Mike Ken in his 8 millionth year at left tackle, and by the way, he keeps excelling there. Jamie Dukes is a good center, hitting at guard. Whitfield, remember, first-round pick last year. They lost Houston Hoover and Bill Fralick to free agency, so all of a sudden, a position where they could certainly get by for a while now becomes a thought. But I still think it's going to be Williams, Joe.
See, I tend to think it might be Kennedy. You know, obviously, we know the problems they've had on defense, but to me, the thing that makes, I look at the age of those 2 tackles, and I think in the run-and-shoot style offense, the tackles or the offensive linemen in general in that style of offense do not have to do a lot of down the field or pulling. They basically are stationary. This would fit Kennedy very well. He would just have to slide back and forth a little bit, up and down a little bit. So for him, there's not a question of how well he moves or how well he runs. It's not that important. They've lost some people during the draft. They've lost Fralick. They've lost Hoover. So now they need to go the offensive line route. You lose 2 offensive linemen. Your 2 tackles are older. This is a great opportunity to pick up a kid who can play for you, who can provide excellent pass protection for whoever their quarterback is going to be.
Well, here's my thought on defense is that they get Pierce Holt, an excellent inside player from the 49ers, the big offer sheet, but yet you get 2 big guys on the defensive line, and now you can't block 2 of them all the time. You can block 1. Mel, let's go back to the tackles, Rofe and Kennedy. Is there much difference? I mean, one's 300, one's 30. Yeah, there's 30 pounds difference, but what's the slight difference to you in tackle?
Well, I gave Kennedy the edge, Chris, because I wasn't going to downgrade him for the combine workout. I think what he did during his career is more important and oversees that. I think when you look at 6'6", 335, he's been as high as 350. But I think when teams knew going into that combine workout, it hit the banquet circuit a little too hard. You see him here just dominating people at the line of scrimmage. And I think the consistency that he maintained on the football field was was the reason I gave him the top grade. What he did was he got heavy, but when teams wanted him to get back down after that combine workout, he did. He had a great workout individually, and really at the East-West Shrine game, he was challenging wide receivers for one-on-one drills, and no wide receiver out there could get around Lincoln Kennedy. They were amazed, really, what kind of agility and foot quickness he has for a kid who at the time was about 350 pounds.
No, wait a minute, Mel. Whoa. What are you telling me? He's playing bump and run at a corner on these wide receivers?
No, not too many of these guys can get around the World Trade Center either, Mel. I mean, the guy's 350. Who's going to run around him?
Well, I'll tell you what, whoever gets Lincoln Kennedy, and we apologize here, but Lincoln Kennedy from Washington, whoever picks him, it will be a presidential selection. We'll be back.
Invention.
You were not born to fulfill your parents' dreams. Fulfill your own. Poetry. Global warming. My best friend lives at home. Grunge is clean. Ethnic cleansing is dirty. I am not a target market. If you want to turn on the radio.
Are you listening?
Harmonious equilibrium. I'm not sure if I was there or I saw it on TV. I want to have your baby. Every action is a positive action, even if the results are negative. Cartoons manipulate. The Flintstones are a dysfunctional family. Fred screaming is abusive. Pebbles will have low self-esteem and find herself in a 12-step program with an eating disorder, surrounded by people who become her real family. I want a snowball, you know, cream... naked. I can play this thing.
WGLN.
I play this.
106.7.
Major League excitement.
5 nights a week.
On ESPN.
The rocket is ready for takeoff on America's Game of the Week. Roger Clemens leads the Red Sox against the Angels. Tonight, live Sunday Night Baseball.
All right, welcome back to the NFL Draft as the Marriott Marquis is buzzing with activity. The helmets head-to-head, and certainly Willie Roaf will be head-to-head in that division as he steps in at tackle for the New Orleans Saints. He steps in right now with our Adrian Carson. Guys?
Chris, Mel may actually have Lincoln Kennedy rated ahead of the man sitting next to me. But, Will, you actually have better technique overall. First of all, tell us about that long phone conversation backstage.
They were just telling me how happy they were to get me and how they needed a lineman and basically, you know, that they were very interested, but they didn't think they would have a chance. So I'm just glad it ended up like that. I'm going back home and be able to go see Louisiana Tech play, my coaches, and be close to Pine Bluff, where I'm from.
Tell us the story in the East-West Shrine game. You came up against one Eric Curry. What happened?
Oh, no, that was during the season, the fourth game of the season, and I just had my mindset to go out there and dominate because I seen Curry just running over everybody all year, him and Copeland and Antonio London. So I just went out there to get a job done, and I did a good job of it.
Cut out for you in the NFL, Chris.
Yeah, but he's cut out to play in the NFL, Adrian, that's for sure. All right, Atlanta's next on the clock. Now, normally the Giants would be here, but they used a supplemental pick on their quarterback, the youngster Dave Brown, so they just lose that pick here, and so now it's Atlanta. Hence, the Falcons, who normally would have the number 10 slot, are picking number 9. Nobody has been busier in the offseason than the Atlanta Falcons. In addition to Pierce Holt from the 49ers, they picked up Jumpy Geathers at end from the Skins. They picked up Melvin Jenkins from Detroit, and we mentioned the quarterback, Bobby Hebert. They lost a trade. Oliver Barnett to Buffalo. Freilich and Hoover are gone. Washington goes up to New England. Wade Wilson, they lose in the trade. Wade Wilson, they lose quarterback free agency to the New Orleans Saints. Now, there are other trades as well. Alton Montgomery, that they pick up from the Denver Broncos. Nobody's been busier than the Atlanta Falcons. They get Vinnie Clark from the Green Bay Packers. So in Atlanta, I mean, you think that they're busy in these 15 minutes? Busy's nothing new to them. Have they drastically upgraded their football team? They got Hebert and Miller, Joe. Is that a possible clash at quarterback if they're both healthy?
Well, you got to understand, Chris Miller is not going to be 100% healthy. It just can't happen. He's coming off a major knee surgery, so it's going to take him a little bit of time. What they've got themselves an excellent insurance policy. Chris has not had a very good track record of staying healthy through seasons. Last year, he didn't even get hit. It was on a running play when he blew his knee out. They can't go in and expect to compete for a championship without having two quarterbacks. I think getting Hebert really makes the offense a lot stronger. They've got a ton of speed on the offensive side of the ball, and if they want to add just a sprinkle of more, they bring Deion Sanders over. They needed somebody that could be there to get the job done. I really believe that the Hebert Miller is going to be nothing. If anything, Chris Miller's going to help Bobby Hebert with his golf game. I see these two guys hitting it off really well, and I see this being a very positive move for the Atlanta Falcons.
And I wonder whether quietly Bobby Hebert, and it may have been a personality problem in the negotiations between Hebert and the Saints, him going to Atlanta rather than one of the other 27 teams was, hey, you're going to see me twice a year. Mel, if you're the Falcons, what do you do here?
I think when you look at the Falcons' need areas, I agree wholeheartedly with what you said earlier, Chris. I think offensive line, Chris Hinton was a Pro Bowler at Indianapolis. I would go Lincoln Kennedy. I think he's the best player on the board. They have Patrick Bates sitting there. Alton Montgomery, basically a bust with Denver. They picked him up in a trade. How good is he going to be in a Falcon uniform? So I think Lincoln Kennedy would fill a void. Whitfield be the other tackle. Hinton moves inside, and all of a sudden you've solidified a position that looks like going in. It may have been weak.
Now let's set up the next part of the draft here, because if either Williams or Kennedy doesn't go to Atlanta, whoever doesn't, you got the Rams picking 10. You got to think that's Jerome Bettis, the fullback. You got Denver now in the trade picking 11. You got to think they're thinking wide receiver. You got the Raiders at 12, and you got to think they're looking at Bates, the hard-hitting safety from Texas A&M. Then you go down to Philly. But all of a sudden, either Williams or Kennedy, projected to go in the front 9, falls down. Under 10 seconds to go, and Dan Williams is wondering, is this his calling? The Atlanta and they've either, the pick is at the table. All right. Falcons using all 15 minutes. Why not? They paid for it.
The Atlanta Falcons select Lincoln Kennedy, tackle, University of Washington.
Joe?
The next selection is the Los Angeles Rams.
I hate to admit it, but you're right.
There you go again.
Well, that was, they weren't sure they'd have both of them right there.
Let me tell you, we hit the, I think the reason why you say hit both of them, hit the nail on the head before when Chris mentioned, obviously, speed was something Chicago needed when we thought Conway would go there. When you look at what they've lost on the offensive line and the age of their tackles and the style of offense, everything sort of leaned towards Lincoln Kennedy. He's really a guy that fits in well for him and can play right now, but doesn't have to. That, to me, is a big factor. He doesn't have to come in and start, but if they need him, he can come along in a year or two. All of a sudden, you've got your heir apparent to Mike Kent.
Tom Jackson, let's go back up to Foxborough, and we've seen left tackles go in the last two selections. The premium position, Tommy, saw a lot of clubs designate their left tackles as franchise player. This has become a much more important position in the last 10 years, has it not?
Yes, it has, and I think that when you're talking about giving your quarterback that backside protection that all the guys need, Joe Theismann has hit it on a lot of time off the football field. Maybe some of that will be healed up with the acquiring of Lincoln Kennedy, but as I took a look at both Rolfe and Kennedy, what I saw is one guy very athletic at about 305 pounds or so, tremendous pulling guy, can get outside, can make the blocks, can pass block well. And I think the only rap on Lincoln Kennedy, who I saw against Dan Williams in the East-West Shrine game and saw him handle Williams at that time, was the weight factor and how he's going to be when it comes to him getting 25, 26 years old. Will he then start to blow up and become, I think, what the Fridge has become, which is at 300 pounds, he's a good ball player. At 330 pounds, he becomes somewhat ineffective. So it's going to be a matter of Lincoln Kennedy keeping his weight down. But if he can do that, he is a tremendous ball player. I had him rated a little bit ahead of Rolfe, but I think you don't lose anything, either one of the guys that you take.
Tommy, you said Rolfe being the great athlete. I mean, a 300-pounder, a great athlete on a ball club that everyone would like to have.
Well, I think he has such tremendous speed. You know, I read the notes on the combine. This kid ran less in a 40 at 303 pounds, and you're not going to see that often now or ever.
All right, Tommy, thank you. We'll check back with you to see if Bill Parcells has stepped out of the war room and maybe we'll make some move. The Falcons have gone Bob Whitfield and Lincoln Kennedy, 2 Pac-10 tackles in the first round the last 2 years.
What defines luxury? Soft leather and fine wood, aerodynamic styling and ergonomic design, safety, space, a high-performance engine. The Acura Legend Coupe is a combination of them all. So while there is no one definition of luxury, we think you'll know it when you see it.
To soar with eagles, be the best. To win the industry's highest awards for quality, commit to excellence. Provide superior quality products and have the strength to offer them at more than 12,500 locations nationwide. More than any other major brand. Discover for yourself the difference quality can make. Fly with the new Superpower.
Sunday in April, weather nice in the Big Apple, and families enjoying a little outdoor food, something which we're not able to do right now.
Tailgate party.
With the, that's right, it's tailgate party. As we continue with the NFL draft from here in New York. Now, Joe, take note, as the Los Angeles Rams are on the clock, and certainly with their interest in Garrison Hurst, you would think they were strongly eyeing Jerome Bettis, fullback Notre Dame, or running back Notre Dame. Recently, 91, Todd Light, Golden Domer, first round. Pat Terrell, DB, second round, 1990, Golden Domer. Frank Stamms, Notre Dame, 1989, second round.
Is there any doubt? Is there any doubt? Yeah, I mean, it's got to be another Domer. The home of the Dome. It also fits a big need. I mean, Chuck Knox has gotten his title ground Chuck. He has not all of a sudden become air Chuck in a short period of time. It would make an awful lot of sense for him to take Jerome Bettis, who's just an outstanding football player. When you look at the statistics and numbers that he's put up, his average per rush, 5.4. He's right around 245 pounds, 820. Exactly what you're looking for out of a fullback type. Chuck likes a two-back style of offense. It fits in absolutely perfect for the Los Angeles Rams.
Well, you just look at Jerome Bettis, Joe. See what Jerome's thinking right now.
Jerome, have you had any promises made from ground Chuck, as you just heard Joe Theismann describe?
Definitely not, no. They said they were interested, and that's as far as it went.
We've seen in the Cotton Bowl how well you can catch passes as well. This is something that would have to be attractive to them, I would think.
I would hope so. I think, I'm an all-around athlete, and catching the football is definitely one of the keys. And I think they can really use that in their offense.
When's the last time you spoke with the Rams?
I haven't spoken to him in a while, but I don't think speaking to him is the key in them drafting me.
All right, let's pay attention to some that man behind the curtain, Chris.
The curtain sounds like the Wizard of Oz. All right, let's go to the Wizard of Irving. Back down to Chris Myers. Chris?
Well, Chris, in the draft room of the Dallas Cowboys, it's pretty quiet. Actually, Jimmy Johnson and Jerry Jones had time to eat dinner. The phone has not been ringing. Of course, they have the last pick in the first round, and I can't remember the last time Jimmy actually had a chance to eat while the draft was going on. If the phone does ring, we'll update you on that. We are expecting them to trade down out of the first round and pick up a couple of second-round picks. The Rams were very busy this morning. They offered deals to New England, the Jets, and Phoenix in an effort to trade up to get Garrison Hurst. Chuck Knox was hoping to do the same thing there that he did when he first got to Seattle and traded up for Kurt Warner. That failed. The Rams also had heavy interest in Curtis Conway. He is no longer there, so the Rams are somewhat disappointed and may end up taking Jerome Bettis. They do say, the Rams, that they will be active in signing a couple more free agents after the draft, named free agents. They are negotiating with wide receiver Hassan Jones of the Minnesota Vikings to help them in that area. They also like Sean Dawkins maybe a little later in the draft, unless the Rams possibly would trade down. Chris Mortensen has some thoughts on that from Philadelphia.
Well, Chris, I can't help but think that the Rams are very frustrated now because they obviously wanted Hurst, and I know they wanted Lincoln Kennedy with this spot, and if not Kennedy, then maybe Curtis Conway. So they're looking at Bettis, and they were looking for a game breaker here. So I'm thinking right here, if they don't take Bettis, they're talking a trade down right here, and the Indianapolis Colts have to be salivating because they certainly want Jerome Bettis at this point. And of course, Dan Williams being available would be open up to some more trade talks there. So let's go back to Chris in New York.
All right, Chris to Chris. Again, the Department of Redundancy Department. Let's look at the Rams ground Chuck, the running back department for the Rams. And Cleveland Gary, when he held on to the football, is a very productive player. He fumbles perhaps a little bit too much for a coach of Chuck Knox's ilk. And then you can see on down the list, it was pretty much who's left, Cleveland Gary or no one else. Remember, Del Pino signed a free agent, the halfback, very good receiver out of the backfield to the Denver Broncos. So running back with Chuck Knox, Joe, I mean, you got to think that it adds up.
Well, Chris, you think in running back, and of course, obviously, when you think running back, you think of productivity as far as yards gains. We know Jerome Bettis has excellent hands. He had 32 receptions at the University of Notre Dame. But what really jumps in my mind, and maybe it's the quarterback coming out at me again, you've got a guy who's a 245-pound fullback who's going to be able to block the 300-pound Currys and the Copelands that if they do get loose. So what happens is you not only pick up a good, solid yard producer on the ground, but you pick yourself up an excellent pass blocker who's not afraid to stick his nose in and protect Jim Everett's backside. Jim Everett had an excellent football season last year. The Jimmy Everett of old really started to show himself. I think picking a Jerome Bettis would give him additional confidence to know not only can he hand off and get yards, but if he has to throw the ball down the field in that quick-hitting offense, setting up and firing it down the field. So you get a complete football player, not a singular dimension guy. Plus the other thing is he's not an eye back. A lot of these guys coming out have played in only one position, the eye. So we see the big numbers. This kid's played all over, runs left, right, up the middle, good feet inside, got nice quickness. I just think a great all-round back who can help an awful lot any football team he goes to. I'd be shocked if it's not the Rams.
Well, I'll tell you what, the Los Angeles Rams certainly need someone to help them improve their performance against divisional teams. Last 16 games against the NFC West, the Rams 1-15. Is Bettis their man? We'll be back.
What? Oh, guard dog. Oh, very scary.
Finally, the good stuff.
If you want great taste that won't fill you up and never let you down, make it a Bud Light.
It's not just a high-performance tire. It's a Michelin. So it does things ordinary tires just can't do. The XGT series from Michelin.
Imagine a deodorant that keeps a man feeling as fresh as this. Introducing Ban for Men. It actually fights odor-causing bacteria for 24 hours. So feel this clean, this fresh. Try New Clear Ban for Men deodorant.
The NHL is playing for keeps. Watch the Stanley Cup playoffs on ESPN with a hot, delicious Domino's pizza. And oh yeah, get a comfortable seat. The Stanley Cup playoffs continue in a living room near you on ESPN.
Well, it didn't take long to them to get to the scoreboard, operator, in Foxborough. Welcome, Drew Bledsoe. If you're driving past on, what is that, Route 1? This did go up there. If you've just joined us, the first pick of the draft, Drew Bledsoe, quarterback, Washington State. To Bill Parcells and the New England Patriots, and there he is. He's here in New York, and you got the Patriot hat, you got the Patriot jersey, you even have the Patriot card. We showed you before that we had the wrong ones, but we even have the right ones. Boy, they are covered here. Drew Bledsoe, quarterback, New England Patriots, and what kind of card will we use with the Los Angeles Rams? They've been busy in the offseason. They picked up certainly linebacker Shane Conlon, a Pro Bowl linebacker from the Buffalo Bills. So there's one move that the Los Angeles Rams have made. They kind of swapped linebackers also in picking up Henry Rolling from San Diego and losing their veteran linebacker, Kevin Green, to Pittsburgh. We mentioned Del Pino is gone. Aaron Cox, the wide receiver, is gone. They pick up Big Irv Eatman, the offensive tackle from the Jets. So we've seen Atlanta. Actually, we've seen the 3 of the 4 teams in the division back here in the draft. But we've seen Atlanta and the Rams, 2 of the most active teams in the offseason. Here's the pick.
The Los Angeles Rams select Jerome Bettis, running back, Notre Dame.
Well, we hate to say it, we're all right, Joe. So, once again, Notre Dame, a selection up top for the Los Angeles Rams. Mel, this is a good fit here?
Well, I think the frustration that Mort talked about for the Rams, I couldn't understand. Sometimes that frustration turns out to be a positive, and you're really happy you suffered through maybe an hour of frustration to land the Jerome Bettis without giving up a Sean Gilbert. I thought that would have been a ridiculous move to part with Sean Gilbert to get a Garrison Hurst when you consider 10 to get a Jerome Bettis, who's a completely different back. Hurst, the elusive game breaker, where Bettis is a pile-driving, 248-pound fullback. Keeps the chains moving, can run up the gut, has some quickness to pull away in the open field, will block, will catch the football down the field. To me, he's a consummate big back. And if you remember back to Seattle with Chuck Knox, sure, he traded up for Kurt Warner, but he also drafted John L. Williams in the first round. And this is the kind of back you're talking about, a more powerful version of John L. Williams. And to me, it's a great pick. They don't have to give up anything, and they get the big back at 10.
And Denver is now up. This is the trade that they made with the Cleveland Browns to move from 14-11. It's going to be Sean Dawkins, wide receiver.
The Denver Broncos have made their selection. Dan Williams, defensive end, University of Toledo.
Well, now here's the name, Dan Williams, that we imagine would be at 11. Gone defensive line. This, a change in philosophy, really, because if you think of what they've done in the last 12 months, and there is Dan Williams, a relieved young man from Toledo.
Los Angeles Raiders are now on the board.
Now, remember last year, this was a wide receiver spot that we thought they would take Carl Pickens, and they chose Tommy Maddox to back up Elway as quarterback. Again, we thought they would make the move here, as I think they did before the day the draft began, the hours before the draft began, that they would get a wide receiver. They did not anticipate that Dan Williams would be there. And so now you plug him in along the defensive line, which they have some excellent linebackers, and they've got a good nose tackle in Cragen, but now they get a big guy up front. They haven't had that for a while, Joe.
Yeah, well, you know, Chris, this sort of baffles me a little bit. You've got a situation where last year we knew John Elway was not satisfied with the choice of Tommy Maddox in the first round. Didn't feel like his football team needed a quarterback. He needed a wide receiver. This year they lose Mark Jackson to the Giants, where Dan Reeves is gone, and they still don't replace a wide receiver, which has been an obvious area of need. Either they've got a lot of confidence in the young men that are coming up out there, or they feel like their defense defense is the area that they've got to improve, and obviously that's the way they wanted to go with Dan Williams, figuring that they can't outscore people, they may as well stop them from scoring. Understand also, Dan Reeves was an offensive player, offensive choices. Now you've got Wade Phillips as a head coach, defensive players.
One surprising statistic that we unearthed was in the last 3 seasons, the Denver Broncos were third to the bottom in touchdown passes. Now, you might expect that from a Seattle or a Phoenix, but John Elway and the Broncos, third fewest TD passes. They lose Mark Jackson to the Giants. They have Vance Johnson left, but they have some youngsters like Marshall, who actually threw the longest touchdown pass last year for Denver, not Elway, and Russell.
Here at the overall draft as far as linebackers are concerned, and especially guys on the inside. After Marvin Jones, big drop-off, Chris.
It's a good comment, Tommy. I guess the next position you're talking about with the Bills, because we got to have Joe Singh again if it happens, would be Demetrius DeBose, but there was an injury question about him. So this is unusual. I know it's killing you here to see so few backers go in the first round.
Well, you know, I think that one of the things we talked about, at least I talked about with Coach Parcells, and that we talked about the other day, is that when you're talking about guys on the inside and you're talking about having to stand guys up, because once you get out of college and you get to the pros, there is no freedom of running to the football from the inside. Usually you're going to have to go through people, you're going to have to step up and meet people, and a lot of these guys at the 6'1", 6'1.5", I think that the thinking is that they're going to have trouble sometimes getting around those blocks, and there's not an extreme amount of speed at the inside backer spot as you look at the draft opportunities this year.
All right, Tommy, the Green Bay Packers are next up. We've closed the first round. The only 2 backers that have gone, Marvin Jones to the Jets with the 4th pick, and Wayne Simmons to the Packers. We'll be back to the Big Apple in a moment.
When it's this hot out.
And for us, it's all sorts of fun talking pigskin. The final pick of the first round, the longest first round ever in picks, with 29. And the Green Bay Packers are now on the board. And following that, we'll delve into the week that was for the 49ers. We'll talk with Joe Montana, Steve Young, Carmen Policy, and George Seifert. I would say some principals involved in the entire situation. And now becoming the starting quarterback of the Kansas City Chiefs. If you're wondering, the longest first round ever was 2 years, 9 minutes. We're about 3 minutes away from that, but we have an extra pick. So this could be one of those asterisk jobs. Is it Ruth's 60 homers, or is it Maris's 61 homers? Hey, you know who we haven't heard from in the first round? The Dallas Cowboys. Unbelievable. Let's go to Chris Myers, who's all of a sudden found a lot of time on his hands.
Yeah, things have been quiet here, Chris. We're with Jerry Jones. The Cowboys, of course, trading down into the second round out of the first round. All of the starters returning from the Super Bowl team. Jerry, let me ask you about the strategy with the financial effects of this year's draft at a pay scale for rookies and draft choices. How much of your decision to trade down was economical?
Really, the way it's set up, the system, if we get more picks, we get a little more money under the new rookie salary cap basis that it's on. So that really didn't affect our decision. I think we're playing with the cards that are dealt us to play with every year. That means you're at the last of the draft, and we'd kind of like that.
Now, you have those picks in the second round, thinking about trading up possibly for a particular player, or you like where you are, or possibly trading back down?
Well, we've talked to some teams ahead of us, and that might work out. One nice thing about this draft and trading is it can work good for both teams and fit their needs. So we feel good about having traded down, and we'll see how it goes the next few rounds, and we may go up again.
Signability still a factor with you. You have your people out there with contracts and cell phones ready to hit the person when you designate that person as your draft choice?
We've been sitting here all day wanting to sign someone and just haven't had the opportunity to. But yes, it is. It's an important part. We don't want to have any holdouts, so we'll want to see where we are signability-wise.
One quick comment on Emmitt Smith. He says he wants Reggie White-type dollars. Where do you stand on contract negotiations?
Well, we haven't started that kind of negotiation. Emmitt knows that being with the Cowboys is a good place to play. We respect Emmitt. I want all of our fans to know that now Emmitt can't go anyplace. He's with the Cowboys. We've just got to get the numbers right.
Okay, thank you very much, Jerry. And, of course, the future could mean Emmitt Smith be designated as the franchise player. Jerry Jones, along with Jimmy Johnson. And Jimmy has gone, Chris, from the Monty Hall of the draft to the Maytag repairman. Let's go back to New York.
From Monty to Maytag. All right, and where does that leave Chris Mortensen? It leaves him in Philadelphia. Let's check in with him.
Well, Chris, the Green Bay Packers, I think, are going to surprise some people here. George Teague, the Alabama cornerback, projected possibly as a safety. He was a great ball guy at Alabama, but a lot of people had him rated bottom of the second round, maybe top of the third round. Well, the Packers right here, they got George Teague on the phone in Atlanta. I think they're going to take him. So let's go to Andrea or in Atlanta if she's ready, or back to you, Chris.
All right, the pick is up. And it is true. Good job there, Mort, because the Packers did really come up on George Teague this week. And if that's the case, that would mean 3 members of the Crimson Tide defense, that national championship defense, would go in the first round. Remember, we've already had 4 Notre Dame players. Let's see what the Pack does.
Green Bay selection is George Teague, defensive back from Alabama.
In Frankie's Sports Bar on the phone with either Mike Holmgren or Ron Wolf, I would imagine. And so the Tide rolling in just 1 shy of Notre Dame in the first round. And so the first round has ended at about 4:59. Actually a little less than that. So we got 29 picks in less than we got 28 in 1991. Mel, we thought that there would be a run on corners at some point, and actually after a slow start, the first corner didn't go till 17 to Carter to Washington. We ended up with what, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 in the last half of the draft. Surprised?
Well, there's still some good ones available. Ryan McNeil from Miami, Carlton Gray from UCLA, still good cornerbacks on the board at this point in time. So teams in that early second round are going to be able to steal some pretty good football players. When you look at George Teague, what allowed him to surface as a possible first early second round stretch run in the last 4 or 5 games. You know, he had the big interception against Miami in the championship game, played well at the All-Star games. Combine workout, didn't participate there. Individual workout was pretty good. This is the interception that turned that game around for Alabama, allowed them to pull away. Here's where he caught Lamar Thomas in the open field, stripped the football, showed that he has straight-ahead speed. The question with Teague is how well he moves laterally. That turning motion's not as smooth as some of the other cornerbacks. The debate with Teague will be, is he a cornerback? Is he a safety? You remember, after 5 games this year, he was almost benched at Alabama. Then he rallied late. To me, this is a gamble that the Packers were willing to take at the last pick in the first round, passing up McNeil and Gray.
Well, the Packers have taken Simmons at linebacker, and they've taken a corner. They got Reggie White. They got Bill Moss. They got a real developing linebacker in Tony Bennett, who left his heart at Lambeau Field. If Holland comes back from injury, they got the cornerback last year that they took early on.
Buckley.
Buckley. An interesting defense to go with an interesting offense. All right, we've got coming up after a brief timeout, as promised, and my goodness, we're right on time. The train pulls in on schedule here. The week that was. We'll talk with Joe Montana, Steve Young, Carmen Policy, George Seifert. Well, Joe Montana's moving. Eric, we have completed a almost 5-hour, 29-pick first round of the draft. Seattle and New England on the board as the second-round picks go for 10 minutes apiece. Seattle will probably go offensive line or a corner. There are some good ones there that are left. It all pales in comparison to what the 49ers have done. Now, what are we putting up pictures of Yale Burton, Abraham Tittle, John Brody, and Billy Kilmer for in 1961? Well, those were the quarterbacks then by then head coach Red Hickey. And he made a decision that an aging veteran named Y.A. Tittle should be shipped away, and the youngsters, Brody and Kilmer, should have a shot. Certainly, Kilmer and Brody both proved to be outstanding quarterbacks. Brody with the Niners, Kilmer later on with the Redskins. But Y.A. Tittle went on to play for the New York Giants and lead Ali Sherman's club to Eastern Conference titles in 1961, 1962, and 1963. In having a dinner with George Seifert and the 49ers brass last month, he said, "Why'd you bring up the name of Red Hickey?" George Seifert, as a youngster, went to Kezar Stadium to watch the Niners play, and he said, "I always hated Red Hickey for letting Y.A. Tittle get away when I thought he had years left." So that's part of the dilemma that George was faced with does he let Joe Montana go away, as now has happened, and keep the younger guys in Steve Young, Steve Bono? It was a dilemma that George really fought with. A lot of people don't think he's honest with this, but I know for a fact that he grappled with this for a long, long time. He's standing by now at the 49ers headquarters in Santa Clara with our Fred Edelstein. Gentlemen?
Thanks, Chris. As you know, after another sleepy week from the history of the San Francisco 49ers, here is George Seifert. Doesn't look too bad for worse of wear. How do you feel now at the end of this week?
Well, I feel good, Fred. I feel good about the draft picks, and it's the fellas that we were able to draft are the players that we were looking to draft and felt as though this is the way it would work out, and we're excited about the fact that we were able to get the picks that we wanted and at the same time come up with a couple of extra draft picks.
Down twice.
Right.
And evidently we're hoping would be there when it came time to take these back-to-back picks. How sure were you about it? How antsy were you as these picks were coming out? And what was your reaction when Miami picked and they didn't take your guy?
Yeah, well, there's one of excitement because I think you gamble, obviously, in a situation like this, and you've worked for months and months or years or whatever and put an awful lot of time and effort and money into a draft, and you get to this point now where you're gambling all of that investment, and I think the fellows upstairs did an outstanding job, Carmen Policy and John McVay and everybody else that's dealing with the draft and attempting to make these trades. And so it worked out fine, and we're very excited about it.
Well, seeing that it worked out well, you came into this draft after we can't avoid what happened this week. It was very, very big news. It was very, very draining for you. You come into this thing. In retrospect, do you have any second thoughts about what you did in terms of the Montana situation? Would you have done anything differently?
Well, I can't say that I'm excited about the fact, certainly, that Joe Montana is not with us any longer. I think we've enjoyed many, many outstanding seasons here, and Joe's meant a great deal to this franchise and certainly a great deal to what's happened while I've been here as a coach. A lot of my success certainly can be attributed to what Joe's done. But at the same time, he seems to be happy with what's taken place as far as his future is concerned, back certainly in Steve Young and also in Steve Bono, Bill Musgrave. So I think as far as that position's concerned, it's strong, well, and healthy, and we're looking forward now to getting on with football in the future.
Now, in the past weeks, you personally have gotten killed by the media. I mean, it's difficult to handle. Right. How difficult was it for you to listen to this stuff?
I read and I listen. Certainly I do, but at the same time, that's a part of the position. It's not part of the position that you like, but you have to make decisions, and you have to make decisions on the information that you have and what ultimately you think will be the best for your football team, not only now but in the future. And I believe that's what we did, and we're honest and open about it. And so you live with that situation, and we'll go on into this next season. What do you
think? What do you feel when you see some players? Jerry Rice made a statement about you, your credibility, that kind of thing. I mean, right. How do you react to that? What do you say to these guys? And does it really affect you?
Yeah, I'd honestly have to say I understand it. These players, the players that you're mentioning, are certainly loyal and should be to Joe Montana, and I'd say at the same time to one another. I mean, that's part of the bonding that takes place. It's so very important to a good football team. But at the same time, change does occur, and we'll get on into the season, and there'll be some new players on this football team, and that group will have to then bond together. It doesn't bother me because I'd have to say I understand it. I can't say I always like it, of course not, but I understand the emotion involved in a situation like this. But as we get together then and we start bringing our club back together and get ready for the fall, I think that this group will come back together. And we have in other situations whereby it's been hectic and chaotic, and we've seemed to respond to that and use the energy to get on with our lives and get on with football. All of our decisions here are made with regard to football and what we can best do for this club and organization in providing a championship club for San Francisco.
Now, after a tough game, as a coach, you like to get right back on the practice field, have another game, get a win. In that respect, do you feel that this draft coming on the heels of all of this that happened was an opportunity for this franchise to really put this thing behind them and put its best foot forward? And if that's the case, how do you feel about what's happened so far in the first round?
I'd say definitely that's true, and I think that we've done well to this point. Obviously, the players have to then prove themselves on the field, but we feel good about the selections, naturally. And believe it or not, I've never looked forward to going to Rockland more than I do now in all my life. That's where we have our summer camp. I can hardly wait to get there.
Now, second round coming up, you're going to try and trade up for maybe a defensive back?
Well, we're still looking at defensive players, and unless there happens to be an outstanding offensive player there that we think will help our club. So I would say we're thinking defense, but at the same time, a good offensive player will capture our imagination.
Okay, thank you. That's the word from the coach. Now back to Chris Berman in New York.
All right, Freddie, and thank you very much, George Seifert, for being so candid, as you always have been. And as he said, it's time to move on, although he won't forget what he went through. It was not a situation that George Seifert would have wanted. to the decision that he ever envisioned himself having to make. When we return, we will talk to the principals. More principals. Joe Montana, Steve Young, around the corner. The draft continues from New York. Earlier this morning, we had a chance to talk at that time live with Joe Montana about his move from San Francisco to Kansas City as quarterback. Here's how that went. Quarterback goes from San Francisco to the Kansas City Chiefs, primarily a first-round draft pick. Joining us now, where he's showing his wares, if you pardon the pun, at the Haynes 500, as he's going to drive or be in the pace car at the in Martinsville, Virginia, is Joe Montana. And Joe, the note says here, Joe Montana, quarterback, Kansas City Chiefs. Say it ain't so. Did I miss something? What's going on here?
Well, it's so, Chris, and you know, I'm looking forward to getting out there right after this today. I'm going to head on into Kansas City here in the next day or so and get busy. I got my playbook waiting down my carry-on bag, and Mr. Hackett's looking for me all day.
You look more like Richard Petty standing there right on the racetrack. Joe, let's go backwards here a little bit. Were you flabbergasted by the 49ers' late reversal when you had dinner last weekend with the owner, Eddie DeBartolo?
Yeah, I was. It caught me completely off guard. I had actually gone up to Mission of going in there and telling him about my decision, and we had actually reached and agreed to terms with the Kansas City Chiefs also. So we were hoping that would be the end of things there, and then they threw the curveball at me there, and I was flattered with the offer, but at that point I'd already made my mind up and made the decision, and I took myself away from being involved in it myself and tried to look at it from the outsider's point of view and also from the organization, and that I think this was the best thing for everybody involved.
Joe, if this offer came in February that you would be the starter or be able to compete for the job, would you still be a 49er, do you think?
Well, I think initially if it would have happened right in the beginning of the off-season, at least a chance to compete, I probably would have taken them up on that offer. And I approached them with that, and, you know, they had a steadfast thing with Steve being the starter, and I can understand George's decision. I had a long conversation with George and along with Mr. DeBartolo, and I understand why the decision was made that way, and that's fine. I understood that, and I just felt that I had to look out what was best for me at that point in finishing my career. I would have loved to stay in San Francisco. You know, I didn't really want to leave the Bay Area, but I also wanted to play, and that was high and foremost on my list, and Kansas City was offering me that chance.
Be honest with me, Joe. Did you lose just a little bit of faith in the 49ers when all this was going on, and especially the late offer? Were you a little leery about this? Did this?
Well, you know, when I said initially I was a little leery, and then I sat back and thought about it, and they really wanted to keep me in San Francisco. They were trying to do everything that was possible, and I understood what they were trying to accomplish with the offer. But at that point, things had gone a little bit too far, and I had already made a commitment to the Kansas City Chiefs that I felt that I couldn't go back on.
What would it be like if you stayed? Was it really going to be the three-ring circus that you envisioned?
Well, I think so, Chris. I think that if you look at it from any point of view, no matter who was starting, if I would have been given the job, then that's the way the press would have approached it. And if Steve would have had the job, then why couldn't it have been open competition? And it would have been a battle back and forth no matter what, especially in the local media there. It would have been tough on the organization, and it had a very good possibility of tearing that organization apart. And I think it was best for all of us, me to get a chance to play in the organization, to try to keep things together there and try to keep that from becoming the three-ring circus that it's been in the past few years.
Joe, supposing you're Steve Young last week and you hear that Joe Montana is now been given the starting job, what do you feel if you're Steve Young?
Well, I think he would be upset about it. I know he said he was understanding, but he had a great year last year. There's no doubt about it. And he deserved at least an opportunity to prove that he could still be number one. And, you know, he said that he thought about it and he could live with it, but I think he would have rather had just open competition. That's just a guess of mine.
Joe, how long and how effective do you think you can play for the Chiefs? How many years? Can you play the whole season?
Well, I have 3 years contract, and that's what I hope to fulfill there. Hopefully, with the incision of Paul Hackett in his style of offense, I'll be able to get in and get into the game and contribute right away to the offense. You know, I look forward to getting in there, and you know, everybody's worried about the AstroTurf and injuries, and that doesn't really matter to me. There's going to be some type of injury throughout the year. There's going to be a bruise here or a bruise there. I mean, that's just all part of the game. That happens to everybody, not just it won't just happen just to me.
Real quickly, are you nervous about this opportunity in Kansas City?
Well, I'm definitely nervous. It's a big change in my career and my life, and but it's also something that I've taken upon myself, and I made the choice, so I feel pretty good about it, and I look forward to it. It's a challenge more than anything, and that's what I really look forward to.
Joe Montana, quarterback of the Kansas City Chiefs. Career after 14 years in the Bay Area, and have fun today at the race.
Oh, thanks, Chris. Have you seen my new helmet here?
That's his old helmet right there, the flag of the 49ers. Going to be strange to see Joe Montana, you know, just like Joe Namath ended as a Ram, and Johnny Unitas ended as a lightning bolt, the high tops with the San Diego Chargers uniform. Now goes on to the Kansas City Chiefs, and Steve Young is just about by his lonesome. He's yawning. Come on, Steve, get fired up. We'll be talking with him in a moment.
Now, Sports Illustrated brings you all the thrills of the Cowboys' super season. In this sensational new video, Cowboys Super Bowl champions. It's free with your paid subscription to Sports Illustrated, the best way to get inside the action for over 24 million readers.
How about them Cowboys?
The boys are back, so call this toll-free number now and let Sports Illustrated make sure you're with them every step of the way on their run to glory. Call now and you'll also get this special commemorative issue free with your paid subscription. It captures the Cowboys in championship style. And get 54 issues of Sports Illustrated for only $1.39 an issue. It's an off-the-cover price. For quicker delivery, use your credit card. Your 2 free gifts give you the thrills of the past year.
Dallas, your Cowboys are the champions.
Sports Illustrated gives you the great moments yet to come. Nobody's into sports like Sports Illustrated. Get into it.
Back at the draft in New York, we heard an earlier interview from Joe Montana. Let's very quickly, before we move on to talk with Steve Young and with Carmen Policy, give you the 3 second-round picks that you may have seen on the crawl. Seattle, cornerback, chose cornerback Carlton Gray from UCLA, the first pick of the second round. Chris Slade, an interesting defensive end, linebacker, pass rusher from Virginia, goes to New England. Phoenix took offensive tackle Ben Coleman from Wake Forest. That brings you up to date with the Jets, the next pick. But let's get back up to date on the situation in San Francisco, and let's go out to join Steve Young. And Steve, good afternoon to you. One of the last questions you heard me ask Joe was, if you were Steve Young, how would you feel about all this? Be honest with me now. When the word came that they were going to give Joe Montana the starting job if he stayed early in the week, what were your thoughts? You were very polite about it, but what were your thoughts?
Well, I was kind of, you know, the one thing that went through my mind was the real intense moments in football usually come in the Sundays in the fall, not on Sundays in April. Well, I'm getting ready to take my last final in law school, so I just kind of wanted to let it play out. I didn't want to have too much emotion at that moment. There was a lot of things going on. It was very intense. And so, on the most part, Boomer, I just kind of sat back and took a deep breath and realized that this is April, and kind of slept on it and let it unfold.
When the season ended last year, did you have an inkling that that they would say no, that you were still the starter? I mean, was that your understanding after the loss to Dallas and you talked with George? It was no surprise when he made that announcement?
No, I mean, we had really developed to something. I'd grown into that spot starting for 2 years, and there was so much emotion that goes with football. Football is so much psych that we had kind of developed a rapport between all the guys and made a, you know, that transition. And so, despite the fact that, you know, it had been unsettled for many, many years, or a couple of years, that yeah, I was ready for about anything. And really, like Joe said, the only thing you want to do is compete. And so that's one. And the funny thing is, in the last 6 years, it's been competition, and it's been very productive for the 49ers. So, you know, I had a very open mind coming off of the last season.
You've had to bite your tongue, obviously, for a long time, but waiting for your chance and playing behind a legend. There's been some talk this week about question of trust between some, you know, the organization and the players and all. I mean, Were you wavering on that? Jerry Rice was vocal about it. Did those thoughts go through your mind as well?
Well, I think that you have to look at it in the broad perspective. I've been here with the 49ers 6 years. In a lot of ways, I've been in the bunker with them, battling things out, you know, with a lot of commitment and loyalty. And Mr. DeBartolo, when I first came into the team, talked about a family. And within a family, there can be a lot of, you know, little cat fights between the different members of the family, whether it's brothers or sisters or whatever. But the biggest part of it is that when it gets outside of the family, no one touches the family. And so in many ways, you know, these are just little inner workings that we'll work out as a team. We'll air out. It's April, Boomer. You know, we got 4 months before Rockland, or 3 at least, exhibition game. So we got a lot of time to air these things out. You heard George. You saw how conciliatory he was and understanding. You know Mr. DeBartolo. You know Carmen. You know Jerry. So it's just plenty of time to kind of air these things out and get us back on the right track.
Steve, you have played behind or in perhaps the largest shadow ever cast on another player. The shadow of Joe Montana is now gone. You certainly had an MVP season last year, so it's not as if you suffered on the field, but how much of a better player do you think you now can be knowing that there is no shadow, at least he's not there at training camp and on the bench?
Well, first of all, we're going to miss him. You know, Steve and Bill Musgrave, he's the biggest joker on our team, and so we'll have to call him in training camp to make sure that we get all the right pranks down for the guys. We'll miss him in the summertime, but as far as my development as a quarterback, I really think it's more about just my play and playing more and more and improving. And that, despite what the surrounding cast members are, really it's about just improving my play, throwing, reading defenses, becoming more comfortable with the offense, and that's a process that's been going on for 6 years, and now I think it's going to be a dramatic change from just last year's experience. You know, even though it was an MVP season, I think we can get dramatically better.
Your conversation with George Seifert when the decision was made on Monday to if Joe came back could be the starter, and your conversation since the trade of Joe to the Kansas City Chiefs, what kind of talks have you two had?
Well, I talked to George for the first time in a week about 2 days ago, and you know, we've had a very good relationship, and in many ways this last year became very close in the sense that, you know, as a coach and a player going through the battles of each week, this was my first full season really as a starter, and so we developed that rapport of communication, open lines. So we just kind of talked things out, and he realized that a lot of things had transpired in 7 days since we had talked, and we just air those things out and move on. And George Seifert's one of the best coaches in the league, and I just got to. Well, we have one of the best teams in the league, also, Boomer. I think the biggest thing is that we air those things out, get the ship righted, and get it back on track, and fire definitely will be over the next couple of weeks because we're a great team. You saw the 2 picks we got today for the first round to fill the needs that we have. There's no reason why we can't improve on last year's getting to the championship game.
Steve, as you and I have talked many times, this job of yours, this quarterback job in the NFL, is all about pressure anyway.
That's
and
right.
you've certainly seen it, and now maybe a little bit of the pressure is off. Congratulations on the way you have handled the entire situation throughout.
Thanks, Boomer. You've been great. Appreciate it.
All right, Steve, thank you very much, and good luck on finishing your exams. We will talk with Carmen Policy, the president of the San Francisco 49ers, in a moment, but since the Jets are on the board and since the gallery gods are mildly interested, Don Weiss gets the duties at the podium for round 2. Let's pick up that pick.
Detroit Lions, on a choice obtained from the New York Jets, select Ryan McNeil, defensive back, Miami.
Well, what went on when we were talking with Steve is that the Detroit Lions moved up to get the Jets pick, and so there is yet another DB, cornerback Ryan McNeil. So we thought that the cornerbacks would be taking a little run here, and they continue to run early in round number 2. Well, we've heard from George Seifert, we've heard from Joe Montana, we've heard from Steve Young, and then the San Francisco 49ers, Carmen Policy. We'll be back in a moment with Carmen. Draft, one of the nicest things about our involvement with professional sports, and specifically the NFL, are the caliber of people that you meet in the league. We've talked to 3 Class A individuals already, and George Seifert, Joe Montana, and Steve Young. And there's certainly none better in the front office, both as an administrator and as a human being, than the president of the 49ers, who joins us now from the Niners headquarters in Santa Clara, Carmen Policy. Good afternoon, sir. Let's cut right to the chase here for a minute. The end result, The end result now, Joe Montana is gone, and it's Young and Bono, and Joe is a member of the Chiefs, where he's excited about playing. Is that the result that ultimately really had to happen this year, Carmen?
Joe Montana ultimately may have been right, that his leaving was in his best interest at this point in time in his career, and it worked out that it probably has come to our best interest. So in retrospect, I'd say that both sides ultimately won in the process, although getting there was a little rough.
Yeah, I'd say you tried to do the right thing, but your 11th hour, or the 49ers' 11th hour offer to Joe to, if he would stay, he would be the starter. Did that make the 49ers, in retrospect, look pretty bad, Carmen, for a while?
I don't know if it made us look bad. Perhaps it made us look a bit clumsy, because we did permit some passion and some emotion and an attachment to this man and what he's meant to the franchise to become part of our thinking process. So if in the process that made us look bad, that was a risk we were willing to take, because that's the way we've acted traditionally, and that's the way we've conducted ourselves in the past. We're not going to change, Boomer. We're probably going to be the same type of team year after year, with the same attitudes and feelings towards players as they come along year to year, and we'll make some mistakes, and as I think that it's in the best interest of the way we do business.
Let's go back to February, Carmen. Could you, or you certainly could have, could you or should you have made this move to offer Joe at least competition, if not the starter's job? Could you have done that in February? Should you have done that in February?
First of all, whether or not I or anyone else could or should have done it, that's a decision strictly for Coach Seifert. And at the time, George Seifert made the decision that he would carry through with Steve Young as the starter for the '93 season. It seemed to be so logical, and it made such sense. And the progress from an MVP season, from 2 years, if you will, of heartbreaking situations involving Joe Montana not being able to perform, of the frustration that we all felt, the doubts that had built up, no one could fault George Seifert's decision. Plus, at that point in time, I think we all wanted Joe Montana to take the position that, sure, he'll compete, but he's going to stay with the 49ers, and he's going to finish his career here. So I, again, using retrospect as the perspective that we'll evaluate the situation from, I think George did the absolute right decision.
We heard Steve Young talk about family. I don't know if you just heard that interview or not, to talk about that in a long relationship that there would be squabbles. And we heard Jerry Rice speak out this week that maybe a player-coach relationship or a little credibility, or at least for a while, with the Niners and some of their players took a beating. Is this a concern? Have you talked to some of the principals? Just one of those things that's going to happen from time to time?
I don't think it's a concern at all, and I don't think our credibility took a beating. I think what's happened is that people on the Joe cast a shadow not only over the playing field, but over the entire 49er organization and facility. And it was tough on all of us to see him go. Ice water doesn't run through our veins. That's not the kind of organization that Eddie DeBartolo built, nor is it the type of people that occupy the space here at Santa Clara. So I think everybody understood what we did, why we did it, and may disagree with how it ultimately was presented. But I think they knew our intentions were correct.
Carmen, let's talk about Steve Young for a moment here. I mean, you were, as any team would do, investigating what was out there for anybody. And there was a possibility, a scenario by which, if the right offer had come, that perhaps you would have traded Steve Young and gone with Montana and Steve Bono. Now, your relationship, or the club's relationship with Steve Young during all this, especially during this tumultuous week, how do you think that has come out? That for a moment there, he had to really swallow his pride again. How do you think that's come out a week later?
Well, first of all, Chris, as a practical matter, trading Steve Young to another team was never a viable alternative. Steve Young is not under contract, was not under contract. Secondly, Steve Young made it perfectly clear he had absolutely no desire to play for any team in the league other than the San Francisco 49ers. And thirdly, his agent, Lee Steinberg, had indicated that Steve would probably consider retirement rather than playing elsewhere. Recognizing that fact, perhaps we took Steve for granted a bit in assuming that he'd be able to handle anything that came down from the head coach in an effort to keep Joe. And I believe that, just as Steve said, there might have been a little ruffling of feathers, but he was a good soldier, and he stood in there tall, and he stood in there strong and self-confident. As a practical matter, it's all behind us.
Now, you mentioned that he is yet to be under contract. Where do you go from here? Do you take time and take a step back? Is that something that's on the front burner or back burner here?
Well, I haven't advised Eddie DeBartolo this yet, but I've made arrangements to spend about 4 days down in Laguna Niguel on the beach, close to Lee Steinberg's office, where I'll be able to leisurely discuss and negotiate his new contract. So I anticipate this will be done before training camp.
You're pretty smart, man. It's a good location to leisurely discuss anything for sure, Carmen. How much better can Steve be, do you think, now that the shadow is gone, at least the person of Joe Montana is gone?
Well, irrespective of a shadow or irrespective of the influence that Joe may have had on Steve, our offensive coordinator, Mike Shanahan, feels that Steve improved in 92 over 91, and it's his feeling that as good as Steve was in 92, he's going to improve even further. I think there'll be a more relaxed atmosphere at camp and during the season, but I also feel that Steve now recognizes that he has an additional responsibility on his shoulders without Joe here to help him carry forward the challenge of the season.
Carmen, sometimes it's nice when business and personal decisions the same thing. In this situation, we all know that you had to go separate directions. Congratulations on at least going through a very, very difficult time, and good luck in the future in a new era with the 49ers. Thank you very much for joining us.
Thank you very much.
All right, Carmen Policy, the president of the 49ers, who all along just tried to do the right thing. We'll be back at the draft in a moment. With the live coverage, the 58th NFL Draft, our 14th here on ESPN. We told you that starting the second round, Carlton Gray went to Seattle, a corner. Here are the next 5 picks in the second round, which brings you up to date. Chris Slade, an interesting rock and roll band in the early 70s, and the cousin of Terry Kirby, the running back of Virginia. He's the first Cavalier to go. He goes to the Patriots, a pass rusher. Ben Coleman, Wake Forest, another ACC player, goes to Phoenix, offensive tackle. So 2 offensive linemen to the Cards. Ryan McNeil, the corner from Miami, goes to the Detroit Lions. Demetrius DeBose, the 5th Golden Domer, and we'll have Joe sing the fight song a little bit later. There you go. Goes to the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, inside linebacker. And just a moment ago, Carl Simpson, defensive tackle, defensive end from Florida State, goes to the Chicago Bears. The Jets are now on the board. They swapped second-round positions with Detroit to allow Detroit to go up and get Ryan McNeil. The Jets, in exchange, move down a few slots, 3 slots, and pick up a 5th. They pick up the 5th-round pick. A very emotional week in San Francisco this week, and you've heard from the principals. Joe, your feelings on the whole situation, how it was handled, and what about the end result?
Well, I think the end result worked out exactly in the only way it could have worked out for every party involved, the 49ers, Steve Young, and Joe Montana. When I first heard the reports coming out about Joe Montana being promised a starting job, I thought that the San Francisco 49ers were embarking on the only team that could beat the San Francisco 49ers, and that was themselves. I thought they really were starting to disrupt their football team. Steve Young had earned the right to be a starter. There wasn't any question. And it was nice to hear Carmen Policy say, well, we might have taken advantage of Steve's loyalty a little bit when we went ahead and made this commitment, and George said that Joe would have been the starter. I really respect Carmen Policy for coming out, because I felt like that's exactly what they did. Steve Young has done an awful lot. He has been a trooper. He's earned the right to be the starting quarterback of the San Francisco 49ers. Joe Montana has earned the right to be someplace else, to give himself an opportunity to be a starting quarterback in the National Football League and continue the legend and the legacy. So in the beginning, it looked like it was going to be ugly. It turned out everybody landed on their feet, and rose petals are falling all over Kansas City and San Francisco.
Let's go up to New England now and get comments from our compatriot, if you will, Tom Jackson. Your thoughts on after 14 years, Joe Montana moving on to the Kansas City Chiefs?
Well, Chris, I have to agree with Joe. I think it was a situation that wasn't handled as well as it might have been from the start, but I think certainly it has worked out well in the end. Great players in this league just want to play. I don't know how many times we had the conversation over the course of the season when the speculation was that Joe Montana would be coming back at the end of the year, but I can remember numerous times that we both agreed Joe Montana is not going to be the backup. I don't care where he is, it's not going to happen. And I think that once he made that clear to the 49ers, I think there was a little bit of panic in there. You know, can we afford to let Joe go? We have to keep Steve Young. He has earned the right to have the starting job. I think Joe may have looked at it and said, look, the best thing for me is, even though I'd like to end my career in San Francisco, I want to move on. I want to have a chance to be successful. And I think that right now everybody's feeling good about the deal. But as I said, great players just want to play the game.
Well, and now, Tommy, he will play the game with the Kansas City Chiefs, who we haven't talked about today because they've lost their first-round pick for Joe, and they don't have a second-round pick either, and they have to be all sorts of excited. That's no knock on David Craig. There's only one Joe Montana. He'll make their wide receiver core and their tight ends, which aren't great. He'll make them a lot better right away, and it's in a conference where a pickup on offense and a diversity for the Kansas City Chiefs gives Joe a shot to get back to the Super Bowl, albeit in a different conference and albeit in another uniform. The Jets, by the way, have taken Coleman Rudolph, the defensive tackle from Georgia Tech. So the Jets made their pick. We will continue from in New York in just a moment at the draft. Because the two gentlemen to my right, the Commissioner Paul Tagliabue, now done with his podium duties. We hand it over to the second-round commissioner, Don Weiss, and Gina LPA. Now, this is a shot that we weren't sure we would see much of, but now it's like old times. It's a brave new world in football. Thanks for joining us, gentlemen, and I'll ask you each, starting with you, Commissioner, how do we think the early stages of free agency et al. Are going?
Well, I think it's going basically as could have been projected. You could not have projected some of the specific decisions that clubs made, but I think we saw that it would spread the talent around. It would, at least in the outset, have some increased salaries as part of it. Over time with the draft, as we see it today, I think it gives a system we can live with.
Gene, from the player's perspective, certainly some dollar figures have been noticed. That's part of the goal.
Well, obviously with us, it was a matter of choice, and these players have choice. The only choice I wish I had was I could play again today with the amount of money that's being thrown around. But it's nice to see. It's nice to see that the league recognizes that free agency is a way to improve the league much faster, and that's what we've done.
The deal is still, all the stages are being hammered out. I mean, now I know some have suggested that, well, it's due to run to the end of the century, and that's when all the details will be done. Specifically, though, when do we think that, I mean, it's intricate for sure. Do we have any timetable now?
Well, I think you see today the basic pieces are in place. We started with the free agency, the unrestricted free agency. We'll be continuing with the unrestricted free agency up until July 15th. There are some specific issues yet to be resolved. Some of them are still quite important in terms of club operations. But with some cooperation and maybe some hard head-to-head discussions, we can get them done soon.
Timetable for you, Gene?
Yes, well, we're all here on the injunction that Judge Doty issued back in February, which he said in that injunction that we were to follow that settlement. This is all part of that settlement, and that's what we're doing, conducting the draft today. We fully support that settlement. We're, involved in it, and we think it's a good settlement.
Let me ask you this, Gene. One of the fears that perhaps, I mean, with every upside, there's a downside, and that once the cap kicks in, maybe next year probably, or certainly the year after, is that you're going to have some players at a new level of salary, more of them up there. You'll have some youngsters, a little less proven players at lower, but in the middle, that there may be a total have and a have-not, and some veteran players who aren't, maybe will suffer. Is that a fear from the player's side?
No, it's not a fear from the player's side, because what we have designed is a system that rewards performance, and that's really the players that should be getting paid. Under the old system, we still had a system that rewarded performance, but people didn't look at it that way. Now, when an owner says there's no more money, there's no more money, and we all understand that. But this is about performance, and that's the way that it should be judged.
Commissioner, a thinking hat for a moment. Keith Jackson, Webster Slaughter, Garen Veras in one scenario. Will there be compensatory picks a la the Reggie White to those teams? The same thing with Jackson and White being Philadelphia. And there's another case, perhaps, coming out with the one before it with Leslie O'Neill and company in California. Have we not seen the end to awards in money to some of the players or picks?
Well, I think that with Keith Jackson and Webster Slaughter, Garen Veras, if there are choices, obviously it's going to be in next year's draft as part of the normal process of compensatory picks that goes with free agency. Next year we'll have 28 additional picks that will go to clubs that lose quality free agents. So I think that Jackson and Slaughter and those players will be part of that process, possibly. With respect to the other players you mentioned, Leslie O'Neal, I don't see anything changing from the agreement that was presented to the judge in February and again in recent weeks.
It is so far-reaching, the basic agreement, but yet what, and you might each have a different answer, what's the greatest area of satisfaction that the players and the owners of the league would have on what was accomplished? Obviously, everybody's satisfied to move ahead, but there might be, each of you may have a different answer on a specific area. Gene?
Well, I think what this agreement shows is basically a compromise on everyone's part. I mean, the league had to compromise, and so did the players, and that was the only way we were able to resolve this. Obviously, if we didn't compromise, we could have been litigating for the next 15 to 20 years, and we didn't want that. We knew it was time to settle. We had a victory out of McNeil, and the league recognized that it was time, and we all knew, and Paul worked very hard at this. I mean, he kept his people involved, we kept our people involved, and we were able to get there. None of us were really happy with the outcome. That's what told us both that it was the right deal, because people were crying on both sides.
The area for the league that you thought was most important to get behind you, Paul?
Well, I think the most important thing was to get us out of court and to keep a structure. I think Gene recognizes, as I recognize, you need some structure. Now, this particular structure involves a compromise with very, very real free agency, very, very real choice for the veteran players. And we were able to do that because we kept some other elements of structure in there. The transition player concept, the early restricted free agency at the end of 4 years, plus the draft. So I think overall it's a balanced compromise that is in the best interests of everybody in the league.
There are still things yet to be resolved, but let's assume they eventually will. I know a big assumption, but less of one than it used to be. Where's the most important energies now from the league and the players? What's the next really big, not so much battle, but really big mountain to climb?
Well, I think the next big challenge for us, frankly, is expansion. It'll be good for the fans. I think it'll be great for the players. We'll create another 110 jobs, something like that, maybe more. We'll create 2 new papers where the NFL will be hot as part of expansion. So for me, that's a big part of it, and I know that Gene shares that perspective. We'd like to get on with expansion. It's been almost 2 decades since we haven't had it. The other big thing, we make this agreement work by continuing to work together and not in a confrontational way.
Before I go to Eugene for a minute on expansion, I mean, it was announced that this fall would be the 2 clubs, you think, and then they would start play. Why don't you bring the fans up to date on that?
Well, we're talking decisions in the fall on selecting the 2 new expansion cities and then putting those teams on the field within 2 seasons, 1995. And we hope to be able to keep to that timetable.
Gene, where's your next biggest effort?
Well, I guess my biggest effort is probably the same as Paul's. I mean, we understand what this league has to do, and it has to grow. We have to make revenues grow, and we have to do whatever is possible to make those revenues grow. We've lost several years. We not actually wasted a lot of money, but a lot has been lost through litigation. We have to regain that momentum that we had in the early 80s and take it into the 90s, into the year 2000. We want to be a part of that agenda, and we want to help lead that agenda, and that's what this whole settlement is all about.
Well, 2 gentlemen that love the game of football and understand that it's a very special game. One who's in Canton, Ohio, or at least the bus is in Canton, Ohio. I don't want to move you there yet, Gene. And another one who was taken over from a Hall of Fame commissioner and has now steered the league and the players together to a basic agreement that, frankly, didn't look like would ever get done. We congratulate you on what you've done, and good luck in the future. There's a lot of work ahead.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, Commissioner Paul Tagliabue and Gene Upshaw. A picture that, frankly, we hadn't seen that often. It's a good one. We'll be back in New York in a moment. The chandeliers must mean we're back at the Marriott Marquis for the 58th draft, and we're about a third of the way through round number 2. Oh, by the way, the day began with a couple of quarterbacks picked, Bledsoe and Meyer, which we'll talk about in a moment. But one team that we talked about early in the first hour about what would they do at quarterback, the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. Sam Weish, certainly an offensive mind, has his own ideas. He's at Buccaneer headquarters with our Brad Nessler. Brad?
Yeah, Chris, the quarterback situation in Tampa Bay, I guess you're happy with it, Sam. We talked about it quite a bit yesterday. You've got a guy that's older than your quarterback coach, who I guess is your starting quarterback, Steve, and then we'll talk about your defensive picks that you made today.
Yeah, well, we're the only team in the National Football League that has a quarterback coach controversy underway at the moment, but
No, we've got Steve DeBerg is the oldest player in the National Football League, but he's in tremendous shape right now because he's worked so hard. He's taking care of himself. Craig Erickson is a player who's taken a team to the national championship at the University of Miami. And Mike Pawlowski is one of those feisty guys who'll probably be one of the darlings of the neighborhood here because he is just such a scrapper. So we've got 3 good players. I really have been here before, honestly. I have seen the change of the guard, and I think we have an idea of what it looks like when you pick out another starter, and we've got one in camp.
I guess you never say never, but no possibility now that you try to make a move for a different quarterback?
Yeah, well, correct. You never say never, because if a better guy comes along, you always go for the best guy. But right now, we're comfortable with this one. Believe me, we're comfortable with it. It's hard for me to convince a lot of our fans just yet because they haven't seen these young guys on the field like we have day in, day out at practice. But if a better guy came along that we thought would help us win, sure we do.
In the Buck camp today's got to be Floyd Peters, your defensive coordinator. You went defensive with both picks. We talked about Curry earlier. You just took DuBose, the linebacker from Notre Dame. Maybe you didn't expect him to be there, huh?
Well, we knew it would be close. It was right along in here, and we thought there were a couple of people that really were in love with him and might take him late in the first. So it's a good position for us, a good pick at this time. Floyd is very happy. He has promised to name his next grandchild after me, so we're in good shape. Now, this helps us. We're now a deeper team on defense than we've been in championship teams, and we haven't been there in a long time. We're trying to get there. Are deep. They're not just good on the front line.
All right, so Hardy Nickerson, the addition free agency-wise, and now DuBose, the linebacking core has gotten much stronger. The whole defense has gotten stronger here in Tampa. Thanks, Sam. Let's go back to Chris.
All right, guys, thank you very much. And, of course, maybe new things we'll see out of the team clad in the orange pants. They got off to a good September, but then, well, Sam wants 4 months like he had a 3-1 September. Well, long time ago, way back at the beginning of round number 1, Drew Bledsoe, quarterback, Washington State, was the first selection by the New England Patriots. And we heard Joe's comments about Bledsoe and what kind of quarterback he thought he would be and what he needed to work on. Rick Meyer, quarterback Notre Dame, the second pick, went to the Seattle Seahawks. Here's Joe on Meyer.
Rick Meyer possesses the coveted combination of athletic ability and arm strength. But what I like most about him is his versatility. As a pure drop-back passer, Meyer is mechanically sound. He carries the ball properly in the pocket, and his delivery and release are classic. All his passes are tight spirals, which translate into catchable balls. On the run, Rick is a special breed. Like Warren Moon, he's able to roll to his left and throw right with the proper velocity and accuracy. From an offensive standpoint, you have unlimited options, which turn into complex problems for the defense. In the Notre Dame offense, Rick was asked to run a great deal, and he has great command in the pocket. When things are breaking down, he stands tough and keeps his concentration. Pressure is not a problem. Notre Dame prepared him for that, but what they didn't prepare him for was a pro-style offense.
I think a lot of people have talked about how I haven't been able to throw a lot of passes while I've been in school, and I knew that going in when I made my decision to go to Notre Dame. I felt comfortable with the offense that they were running. I knew we were going to use the running backs, and that's what it takes to win. I just want to be a part of a winning team, and hopefully that's going to carry on and help me in the future.
Rick Meyer, a heck of a future in the Kingdom with the Seattle Seahawks. Joe, you got to know these guys a little bit, and obviously you followed Meyer since he followed your footsteps a little bit. Rate these guys. Compare, contrast, get a
report card on him. First, let me talk a little bit about Rick Meyer. I think here's a young man who has tremendous, as you can see, he has tremendous ability, but Drew Bledsoe, I think, has the advantage as far as arm strength goes. Rick Meyer throws a tighter spiral. When you watch him on film, the ball comes out real tight. It's easy for receivers to catch. When I talk about pass repertoire, I talk about the deep outs, the cross the middle, down the middle with the post, the fades. Both of these young men have the ability to throw every pass that's required at the professional level. Bledsoe gets the ball out a little bit quicker. That's a product of being in a passing style offense. Footwork, they both move well. Look left, turn, throw right, slide around in the pocket, find passing lanes, play action passes. Both of them get in and get out very quickly. Athletic ability. Rick Meyer, to me, is a lot like Warren Moon, and I look at when he throws the ball left. That's really the biggest difference in these two young men. And the other difference that you're going to see, which is going to come out is pocket pressure. And what I mean by that is when they feel pressure coming, both of them can ignore it. They don't get excited. They can concentrate down the field. Game pressure. Rick Meyer played at the University of Notre Dame. Every game was a pressure game for him. Drew Bledsoe, in the other case, although he played in big games, it's not in the national exposure that Meyer got. And system preparation certainly has to go to Drew Bledsoe. He's a young man who's come into the league, and this is the big thing that I think the scouts have said, is they've had a lot of film on Drew Bledsoe and actually have seen him throw the football more than people have seen Rick Meyer throw the football, and that's purely with the system. Both of these young men come in green. Bill Parcells has taken the approach in New England that Drew Bledsoe is going to play when he's ready. Now, Tom Flores in Seattle has taken the approach that Rick Meyer will compete for the starting job with Dan McGuire, which means he may be ready a little bit quicker. Both of these guys will wind up playing before the '93 season is over. Both of them will have long careers in the National Football League. And it's interesting, they're unassuming to a degree. They'll learn to be cocky, which I believe is a part of the position of quarterback, but both of them have an intangible that you have to lead in the National Football League, and that is a leadership quality, and they can gain the respect of the teams that they're on. I really going to be hits. Both of them are going to be stars, but it's the New England Patriots and the Seattle Seahawks. Quarterback coaches, it's going to be your job to take the raw talent and make something special out of it, because quarterbacking is truly an art. That's going to be the key to the success or failure of Rick Meyer and Drew Bledsoe.
Oh, you talk about game pressure. There's a nice story about Meyer. What was the Penn State game, which was one of the many nip and tuckers. About a minute and a half to go. They needed to score to win the game, and he said, "A pretty good game we got going on here, huh?"
Exactly.
Either that, or he said it to Lou Holtz, and then everyone nearly fainted, and then, of course, he let him down the field. So we've had the first two quarterbacks gone 6 hours ago, Mel Kiper. We had a feeling that we certainly wouldn't hear any others while we were on. We may not hear of any other quarterbacks for a while. Is there a sleeper that may come up here late second or in the third round?
I think the quarterbacks right now, Chris, would be Mark Brunell and Billy Joe Hobart, both from the University of Washington. They figure somewhere in that third, fourth round area. Gino Torretta, similar position. Then it's a major drop-off down to some developmental types like John Bonds at Northern Arizona, Jeff Lutz at Southwest State in Minnesota. Shane Matthews in Florida, also regarded as a career backup type. He could drop into the 6th, 7th round.
All right, so quarterbacks, some of the positions. Quarterback being one of them, linebacker certainly being another one. There is a trade in the second round of that pick, but the 49ers, who have been awfully busy today, have moved up now into the middle of the second round. They've taken the Raiders' second round pick at 41, and the Raiders have taken theirs at 56, so in exchange, the Raiders get a third to allow the Niners a win positions, all right, if you're scoring at home. We will get you caught up on everything that's happening inside. Outside, a great day at the Seaport here. Inside the elevator. The elevators go up, 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 up. And we're about midway through the second round here at the NFL Draft. To get you caught up, we told you Coleman Rudolph, defensive tackle, Georgia Tech, went to the Jets. Then a couple of tight ends. Tony McGee, the one-time basketball player from Michigan, went to the Cincinnati Bengals, a team that unloaded Rodney Holman, so there's a shift again with Cincinnati, changing personnel. Roger Harper, safety, goes to Atlanta to further shore up that area for them. Troy Drayton, tight end from Penn State, goes to the Rams. And Mike Strahan, defensive end from Texas Southern, the first pick. Giants did not have a first-round pick being spent supplementally, if you will, last season for quarterback Dave Brown. And so now the Giants get on the board with the 40th overall selection in Strahan. The Giants now have Dan Reeves. Most of the discussion at the time that was going on when they were looking at Wanstead and others for coach. Boy, Dan Reeves, he's not the first choice. Well, you know, that conversation should just be put by the boards, because I think in Reeves, stability, in Phil Simms at quarterback, stability, LT back, stability, the Giants may not be up to playoff level yet, but in that division, Joe, whereas Washington and Philly is going down, the Giants may now be swinging back upwards. Do you agree with that assessment?
I do, Chris. And I think the one thing that the New York Giants have done is they've gained back a lot of the respectability that they've lost over the last couple of years. The key word for the Giants is respect. You bring Phil Simms back, you gain respect on the offense. You bring LT back, you gain respect on the defensive side. I still think LT's a big question mark because of his Achilles tendon. That is how he's got to play in cold temperatures and explode off of it through the course of 20 weeks of football. So I still think it's going to be a question mark, but the comments and the presence he brings are important. His comments were he likes what Dan Reeves has done. He likes Dan Reeves' track record. He likes the fact that Dan Reeves is a winner. You're getting support from a very veteran football team. I think the Giants are basically in a last year. Dan Reeves understands what he wants to do. Phil Simms being named the quarterback. No knock against Jeff Hostetler, but if Hostetler stayed, you probably have to commit to him for 4 years. That means that Dave Brown and Kent Graham, their growth would be stunted for at least 4 years. Now with Phil Simms, he's a wonderful teacher, very willing to share information to help these guys along. Brown a lot like him, Graham a lot like him. So he winds up playing 1, maybe 2 years. Now you've got your heir apparents ready to take over in a new system.
Giants defensive line. Let's take a look at their depth chart, Mel, and plug and see that they've used guys there, but they haven't excelled. Now, I know that I don't mean to knock Dorsey and Howard. Fox at times have looked very good, but last year, when the bottom kind of fell out for them, nobody really excelled up there. Strahan and the Giants up front. Is he a good match for them?
He is. You see their most productive pass rusher, Keith Hamilton, a fourth-round pick last year out of Pitt, came on strong late. They needed a defensive end. Mike Strahan from Texas Southern's a guy that has good size at 6'4", 265. Had 19 sacks in the Southwestern Athletic Conference for Texas Southern. Did a heck of a job. The thing about Strahan you have to remember, he's only 21 years of age. He's only played 5 years of football, which means he's coming into his own right now with the proper coaching. The sky's the limit. He showed at the Senior Bowl he could go head-to-head with the best offensive lineman in the country and do a job. And at this point, it probably got down to Strahan, Footman, Kevin Williams, Sterling Palmer. Some very good players slid down to the Giants, and they end up with a player comparable to some of those defensive ends that may have gone in the late first round.
Guys, the only team that did not pick yet, and we won't have a pick from them until the third round, which means we're gone, at least on TV at that time, the Kansas City Chiefs. Obviously, we talked with Joe Montana a while ago.
Pretty good pick.
Yeah, that's a pretty good draft pick. They also got David Whitmore in that trade, and the Chiefs are very excited about getting that defensive back over to help out there in an area where they were once so strong. They've got a very good defense. They've got a new offensive system, which actually Joe knows better than most of the other coaches, because Paul Hackett is the new offensive coordinator, and the Chiefs are going to be less by the book. This plays with a strong defense, knowing that you only need 21, 23 to win games. This offense really, let me go to Mel and where you think the Chiefs are. Can they make it to the Super Bowl?
Well, I think they have to fill some holes. Their offensive line needs to be upgraded. Their wide receiver position needs to be upgraded. In the third round, you're looking at players like Lamar Thomas from Miami, Kevin Williams from Miami, some good players, Victor Bailey from Missouri, Kadri Ishmael. There's players still on the board at wide receiver that could float down to the Chiefs. So they're not there yet. But certainly their defense is pretty much intact. To me, the offensive line needs to be shored up, and you certainly have to get Joe Montana more weapons than he has right now.
Well, the other thing, too, is now taking into consideration the running backs are going to assume an entirely different role in this particular style of offense. Christian Okoye could become expendable. He's 31 years old, getting a little bit older. Barry Word, you're expecting productivity out of him, and Williams definitely becomes the key man as far as the backs go. But let's not put all our eggs in Joe's basket. Joe has had major elbow surgery. There has been repairs there. If in the event something does happen, this type of system can be very, very effective. I think Paul Hackett is an excellent offensive coordinator. You know who his teacher has been. We talk about Bill Walsh and what he's done offensively with the football teams he's been around. So everybody's going to have a little bit of a role change. But the one thing that Joe Montana is going to have, if he can stay healthy with the Kansas City Chiefs, is he is going to have some flat-out people who can run outside. So he's not going to give up the speed of a Rice or Taylor when he moves into the system of the Kansas City Chiefs. If he turns around, he's going to find an awful big guy in Christian Okoye standing there waiting to get the football. Like I said, Harvey Williams becomes a very interesting part of the future of the Kansas City Chiefs.
At times he's looked brilliant, at times he's disappeared a little bit, even when he's been in the game plan. But with Joe, if he can go out of the backfield with a little bit of speed, well, a lot of eyes will be on the Kansas City Chiefs this year. That's for sure. Heaven forbid the Chiefs meet the 49ers in the Super Bowl. We'll be back. All right, back with us here at the Marriott Marquis as our moving camera, and we move right to the middle of the second round. San Francisco 49ers have made another swap of draft picks. We'll get you all the details. It was their pick right here, the 41st overall, that they just got for the Raiders. San Diego moved in, took Natrone Means. Natrone means business. He's a large running back from the ACC in the Bernstein-Marion Butts role. Bernstein, remember, is gone to the Denver Broncos, so now Marion Butts will be backed up by Natrone Means. What does Butts and Means mean to San Diego? We'll analyze that in a moment. But what does the trade mean for the San Francisco 49ers? Let's go out to Santa Clara and join Fred Edelstein. Fred, we got an abacus there? I mean, with all the picks going left and right?
Well, the 49ers have wheeled and dealed again. We said at the top of the show that's what they wanted to do, and now they have done it again with an exclamation point. They have traded the pick that they just got from the Raiders to San Diego for San Diego's first-round pick next year. Then they turned around and they traded their third, fourth, and fifth picks for San Diego's second-round pick this year. And one interesting thing about this, remember during the Montana situation, to bring that up again, the big problem between the Chiefs and the 49ers was that the Chiefs wanted the second-round pick of the 49ers. Well, they wouldn't give it up. Now, the 49ers have, through very, very astute maneuvers,